meeting to order. We'll start this evening with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. One order of business under announcements and presentations. I do need to announce the board held an executive session this evening, January 28th. We discussed personnel, real estate acquisition, and matters involving attorney-client privilege. Next, under announcements and presentations, we have with us the chair of the Land Preservation Review Board, Mr. Frank Ebelhoek. Come on up, Frank. We'll ask you to give an annual report of the prior year's activities.
All right. Thank you for okay. Well, thank you for to the Board of Supervisors in total for your continued support, strong support of our program, so that we're still in business for me to come here and make this. For those of you who are not aware, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but our program started back in, well, the impetus for our program was a voter referendum back in 2013. Approximately 60, 61 or whatever percent of voters agreed to have their earned income tax percentage raised by 1/10 of 1% to solely fund land preservation in our township. And so the program started in 2014. There is a 7-member board. Call ourselves the Land Preservation Review Board. As Carl said, I'm the chairperson. I've been on the committee since the first day, and it's been fun, and it's been great. We've met some fantastic people, and I think the residents probably should be happy that we've preserved 1,300 and I believe it's either 84 or 48 acres of farmland, woodlands, open space, some streams and so forth are part of some of the properties.
We forgive fire pagers. You're good.
So, as I usually do, the first thing that I start with is the properties that we preserved in 2025. So there's 6 properties and they will add up to the total of 23 that we've now preserved. So I believe there is a map that can be displayed.
We'll let it ask for a little bit of grace. She's filling in on the tech tonight, so we'll give you a minute. We'll let it.
Yes, that's it. Okay, give me 1 second. I forgot to yank that out here. Okay, the way that I'm presenting these, for no particularly good reason, is the sequence in which we preserve them this year. The first property this year that we did was a 34.446 acre undeveloped property owned by John and Doreen Klinger, and it's on North Stonehouse Road, down here in the far corner. That would be southwest, sorry. next is a 26.344 acre property owned by Harriet Peak at 7227 Wurtsville Road. That is here. Then we have 153.775 acres, the Mechanicsburg Sportsmen's Protective Association, typically referred to as the MSPA. And that's at 493 Sample Bridge Road. That's the one that's up here at the top. And next is 80.14 acres by the Adams Family Trust. I know you folks can't see this, but if you would see the packet of information I gave the Board of Supervisors, there are not two Ds in Adams, so you don't have to worry. This is not Gomez and Morticia's property, for any of you who might be old enough to know what I'm talking about. So let me see. That's the property down here. And certainly, well, last and certainly not least, are two properties both owned by Mervyn Rodabaugh. The first property is 159.08 acres at 16 Green Hill Road. And the second one is 102 acres at 480 North Locust Point Road. Together, these are the biggest single preservation that we've made. I didn't point that out on the map yet. That would be right here. So those are the 6 properties that we've preserved this year. And I would like to say one or two things about the Rodabaugh property. I would suspect there might not be a lot of folks in attendance that read the Lancaster Farming newspaper, newsletter. I know there's some are, but they, through the land trust that we preserve this property with, Lancaster Farmland Trust, they put a article in there, and they also have it online. They have it on their Facebook page. The township has it on our Facebook page. The township sent out a notification about it. And from what I was told, and if this number is not correct, it's not me that got the information. It was given to me. Supposedly, the Lancaster Farming online site got 700,000 views of the article about these two properties being preserved. So, as you can imagine, us members of the Land Preservation Review Board are excited and thrilled about that. Because one of the things that we would really like to have happen is for some other municipalities in our area start a program like ours so that they can preserve properties too. We work to do that, but perhaps this will really give us a big boost. Time will tell. Okay. I also, another, I guess you could call it accomplishment this year, is we have another property. It's not on the map, but it's at 9 Still Meadows Lane, and we're preserving that through Lancaster Farmland Trust. they have accepted our offer to purchase the easement to preserve their property. And we've also received a preservation application for a property that has not yet reached the offer stage, where we offer them what the township wants to offer the landowner to buy their easement. So other things that we have done through the year, Supervisor Brown, who is the overseer of our program, I believe maybe official, we call her the program coordinator, who does a marvelous job, I'll tell you that. I can't imagine anybody who puts more time into doing good things for this township than her, especially the land preservation program. So anyways, Supervisor Brown attended and gave a presentation about our land preservation program at a 3-day conference held by We Conserve PA. It's a, what do you call it? A consortium, so to speak, of land trusts. And it kind of oversees them and maintains information of the land trusts from all over the state and how many properties they preserve each year. And there's a lot of other stuff out on their website too. Anybody that would like to visit that, weconservepa.com or is it .org? I forget. You can go out there and check it out. You can bring any of the properties up out there that we've preserved, or you can bring up any properties throughout the state that have been preserved. Also, a lot of you know this. This year, we crossed the 1,000 acre preserve barrier, and we were kind of proud of ourselves. So we got permission from the Board of Supervisors to have a celebration, which we did. It was in July, I believe, down at Stony Ridge Park. And we appreciate what the supervisors did to help us get the tent and some chairs and so forth. We had some pretty good speakers there. Can't remember what's her name. Is it Cindy? Is it the Department of
DCNR, yeah.
DCNR?
Yep.
That's it. Yeah, from the state. She spoke. We had county commissioners spoke, and a few other folks spoke. Laura spoke. It was a good celebration. Also, several members of our Land Preservation Review Board, as well as a supervisor or two, attended Cumberland County's 25,000 acres farmland preserve celebration. It was actually held at one of the farms that they preserved. Stop and think about that. Cumberland County, 25,000 acres of farmland preserved, some of which are farms that we preserve with the county through our program. Again, we were proud, those of us who attended, to hold our heads high and know that we have made a contribution to that success. And as usual, something else we did this year was we manned a booth at the Fall Fest that the township has every fall down at Stony Ridge. We usually always have a map similar to this, but has all the properties through our program, and other preserved properties in the township that were not done through our program, as well as the parks and so forth, so that you can see all the land in the township that's pretty much not going to ever be developed. Also, don't ask me why. I wish I could answer this question. It took us so long, but this year, thanks to our member Gerald Boyd, who was kind of hot on this and took all the initiative to get things scoped out and make it happen, we actually got these shirts. And Supervisor Mockimer designed the emblem patch, whatever you want to call it, that we have for our shirts. So that's pretty neat. So now, there's no reason you folks would necessarily know this, but when somebody submits an application to have the property preserved, one of the first steps in the preservation process is the 7 members of the board, along with a supervisor or 2, always Laura for sure. We go out and we walk the property. And we take notes about the property, we talk with the property owner, they show us the highlights of the property and so forth. But it made sense to us when we go out there, having kind of, I don't know, a uniform, so to speak, looking sharp and all that, made sense. And we spent our own money. Township and land preservation money was not spent on the shirts. So, as I already mentioned, at year end, we stand at 23 properties preserved for over 1,384 acres. So what's ahead for 2026? Pretty obviously, the first thing is to continue and get the property at 9 Still Meadows Lane preserved. Also, we still have an applicant from 2024 and one from 2025 who are still in the process. So we would love to get those properties wrapped up and preserved this year. As an aside, so to speak, there's a lot of there can be a lot of ups and downs, so to speak, in the preservation process. Some things happen sometimes, and there's delays for one reason or another. One of the things Supervisor Brown usually is the one, or oftentimes is the one who makes arrangements for surveys to get done, for appraisals to get done. She can't call the appraiser on Wednesday and say, hey, can you come out and do this on Friday? Oftentimes it's, well, yeah, maybe in 2 months or 3 months. And there's plenty of other things that we've experienced that slow the process down sometimes. So it can get done in as quickly as 9 months, but you can tell sometimes it's a bit longer. Something else that's going to happen is Supervisor Brown and Vince DiFilippo, one of the our team members, are going to make a presentation about our preservation program to the membership of the Capital Region Council of Governments. There's what, I don't know, 20 or 25 or so. Harry, you're on that, right? How many members?
45 or 50.
Yeah, it's
Wow,
a
that
large
many.
number, and it's usually from the East Shore, West Shore, North. I've never seen any.
Perry's members, some of them in Lebanon County, Western Lebanon County.
Great. So we're hoping that gets out to some other townships or municipalities who
Oh, nice.
show some interest in,
They
wow, look what you guys are doing. We can do that. And also if, we do try to do outreach and whatever, and we're always receptive if another township contacts us. Or, hey, how you guys do that? Can you tell us about it? Something else that we did in 2025 was in conjunction with the township updating the website. We also updated our land preservation webpage. And let's see. Next is financials. I don't know if there's Ray for that. No. Okay. But if anybody's interested, I know you can. We don't have this out on our webpage yet, but that's something we plan to do, is start putting that out there. But you can always contact the township if you, hey, how much money are these guys spending, or what are they spending on this property, or whatever. That information is always available. One thing that we continue to do in 2025 is, obviously, you could probably figure out that we get our share of the earned income tax money every month. Well, we don't necessarily have something that we need or have to spend that money on every month. So what we do is we invest that money in the Pennsylvania Local Government Investment Trust. It's something available to municipalities. The township itself even invests some of the township funds in that. So we make interest on the money while it's sitting idle. Sorry. Got myself messed up here. Where did it go wrong?
Anybody, any comments or questions so far?
Sorry.
That's okay. No worries.
I don't know what happened. Had it all. Here we go. I mentioned that we're going to be working to get a few more properties preserved this year. Based on our current financial status, that shouldn't be an issue, that we should be able to cover the cost of the preservation for those properties. Last, I would like to say thank you to a few people. Willetta Huth, who helps us out, helps me out, getting our agendas out on the website, getting copies for us to use at the meeting, and if any public attends, to hand out to them. Suba Krishnamurthy, she helps us out with all the financial stuff, that produces the financial reports that we review every month at our meetings. Also, Jennifer Groller is the staff person, has the talent to produce that wonderful map that I showed you. That's very helpful to us. Also, I would like to thank Cheryl and Ray, township manager, assistant manager, and manager. They help us out when they can, and they fully support the program, and we appreciate that. And last but no means least, our solicitor, Sean Schultz. He's been a very, very valuable asset for us throughout the years. And one final set of thank yous. I'd like to read the names of all the members of the board besides myself, and tell them how much I appreciate them working together as a team the way we do. It's so awesome to get these properties preserved. So to not slate anybody, I have them in last name alphabetical order. Gerald Boyd, John Bruner, Vince DiFilippo, Barry France, Rob Shaw, and Sharon Weaverdew. And I just have to say something about Sharon. She's our secretary, and man, is she good. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Frank. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, Frank, I have a question.
Yes. Oh, I forgot to say.
There was an individual who came in when you guys had the one property up on the old stone house, that there was that property line issue where potentially the
Right.
survey, have you got that situation straightened out?
Yeah, Laura could better address that, but I think the answer is not 100%
Yes,
necessarily.
the residents got together, the neighbors. So the one property owner preserved with us, the other one, actually, they are here tonight because their property is on for the ASA hearing that we have. They got together as neighbors and I think talked through some of the issues with the boundary. So, yes.
Okay. Thanks again, Frank. Invite our township manager up and he'll give a few updates. Should just unclip, Frank, yeah. Thanks again, Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Test. There it is. All right. I'll wait till they put that up, the presentation. Frank, on behalf of the staff, thank you, Laura, and everybody for the work you guys did. The celebration was pretty amazing. I think one of the things I remember most about it was the mountain that sat in the background there when Cindy Dunn was having a conversation. It kind of really, it really was symbolic in the whole theme of things. So. There we go. Super. It's all right, Willow. Gave you the scalpel to the operating room and told you to operate. Unfair. It's right there. And then you just hit the maximize, it'll come up. Thanks, Willetta. You just, I guess, page down. Thank you. Before we get into what we normally talk about, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. Know there was pretty hectic 2 days over this weekend, but I wanted to publicly thank a number of organizations that were part of the, I'll call it the 36-hour storm that this region was hit with. That's our Silver Spring Ambulance Fire Company, Silver Spring Fire, New Kingstown Fire, our police department, and our public works team. It was probably one of the more dynamic storms we've ever seen, given the combination of types of precipitation that we saw and the amount of work and coordination that we did to get to those roads and to help our emergency services when necessary. So I just wanted to say thank you publicly for everything they did. It would be a lot to ask to go ahead and find that video, so we'll just go to the. I want to show you a video for a reason. We'll talk, and you know it's been posted about, we're in the process of taking the site and clearing the site for a future public works building. I wanted everybody to see something that when I was with the team, that we had about 30 hours of time in which the staff was in and out, but because we don't have the ability to cover our equipment, what you're about to see in say 22 seconds is what they experienced for 30 straight hours. And during that storm, if anybody did make its way out, understand what it was like. They started there a little bit before midnight on Saturday and finished at 1:10, I think, on Monday morning. So if you could just play that, well, I just think it's important people to know that it and if you can't get it, I'll be able to speak to it in about 30 seconds. It's okay, Willetta. So the point is that because we don't have the covering of the equipment, that equipment actually ran for 30 straight hours because of it being diesel, and we didn't have the ability to protect it. It was pretty dynamic to have what we did out there. And again, I just want to make sure that everybody from our emergency services, Bill Brown, and all of the departments involved were unbelievable during a very, very challenging time. So I just wanted to make sure they said thanks. We can go back to the PowerPoint if it doesn't come up. Yeah, I'll put it on the website. Yep. Thank you, Willetta. If I say next page, are you going to be mad at me? Here you go. All right. So we don't need to go here. This is our budget for 26. We'll be reporting in February for January of 26. So everybody has the update. We'll go to the next one. We got some exciting news to share for those that haven't heard. Silver Spring has received 2 grants. One is $1 million LSA, which we do not have to match. Another one was we just received word of another $300,000 for the Woods Drive project. Both of those are for Woods Drive. And then some news that the board does not know and we received tonight, and I'll be sending it to the board. We had put in for what's called the PennDOT Green Light Go for 2024 for $900,000 to enhance all traffic signals within the township. We did not on the first wave get awarded that. However, our Public Works coordinator reached out and said, what do we need to do to get it back in for 2025? And in that process of conversation, they said, if you do that, there may be some additional funding now versus waiting. And that employee actually obtained $1.4 million for Silver Spring that we have now the money to take care of the 29 traffic signals to get the latest and greatest technology. So between now and next late spring or summer, we will be upgrading 29 traffic signals with the $1.4 million. That is amazing. And that's really a great job by Nicole. And I wanted to make sure she got credit for that. So we announced again, $1.3 million plus another $1.4 million. So I just want to say thank you. That money is greatly needed for the infrastructure that we're trying to protect and enhance. We'll go to the next one. You've seen this before. I think tonight we'll have the Texaco rezone discussion, and then the data warehouse ordinance will be discussed in February. Go ahead. This was what I talked about earlier. This was posted in December last year. This is just a general update of our municipal campus / public works building. We have started to move dirt. Anybody that saw it before this crazy storm came, they made a lot of progress in week 1 for the 49 acres. And as we get through it, we are going to continue. We are going to start up the business, the building committee here probably in March. We were looking at February, but due to the weather, it'll probably be delayed till March. So that outline is on the website. It's posted, and anything that you need to know is on there for now as a tentative draft. These are some of the pictures from we'll call it pre-snow. They did this in a week. They cleared a great portion of that 49 acres in week 1. Big news. We talked about $1.3 million that we've been given in grant money for a major intersection and roadway. We are going to have a public meeting on April the 14th to talk about more detail about the Woods Drive Woods intersection. It'll be from 6:30 to 8. We'll post that on the website. We urge all residents to come, and certainly anybody that lives on Woods Drive and the surrounding four corners. We'll have a number of locations with pictures, and people here will present kind of a tentative draft of what the project looks like, and then we'll take public feedback as to where we are. So on April the 14th at 6:30, we will have it here at the Township for public comment. Couple quick things, and this will wrap up. Silver Scoop is now Silver Side Cafe. I don't know if everybody saw their new sign on the Carlisle Pike. We talked to him the other day. Looks like he's aggressively gonna have it when he said the snow thaws. So I'll say early spring. Party Supply is they're gonna take that and spread over the ethnic grocery store that's there. They're gonna enhance that or make it larger. Keller Williams Central Sales Office. You don't even know they opened a place on Bent Creek. They have a big location over there. And the hemp property with we'll talk about tonight, the road closure and the 22 acres for sale across from the high school. And then it appears that they're going to come forward with the plans on the residential plans. Today we had our pre-con meeting with the Sheets drop lot over in Texaco Road. And then the development of Hunter's Glen most likely will come in 2026 here. So those are just some general updates. I want to just, again, two things. I want to publicly thank all the emergency services, the people who were up for 30 plus hours to work. I can't say enough great things. You should be proud of them as staff members and what they did and what they went through. And then also, I've talked about grants. We're talking about $3.2 million or $2.7 million worth of grants. So that again is needed money to help us with our general infrastructure. So congrats to all the staff that worked hard to get that. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Ray.
Yep.
All right, as Ray wraps up there, we'll move to public comment. If there is any, come on up. Yeah, you mind turning that on for us, Ray? Thank you. Perfect.
Clarence, would you rather have this one or this one here? I didn't want to, yeah.
Thanks again, Ray.
Yeah.
Thank you. Clarence, thank you.
Clarence Boucher, 15 Warwick Circle. I wanted to bring your attention and the public's attention to a couple of policy changes within the township I thought needed to be known, and those include incomplete or accepting incomplete conditional use applications and tracking of conditional use hearings and extensions. This is a little bit wonky because we're talking about the zoning ordinance, and that can be very technical, but these are pretty important items. The first one on incomplete conditional use applications, the problem is that sometimes the township will accept a application that's incomplete. And what that means is we don't have the data we need for the supervisors, for the planning commission, and the public to really make a determination as to whether it should be approved or not. It's not that difficult. It's actually only 4 items which are listed. Can you go back to the first? Back. Okay, just go ahead, go forward then. I seem to have gummed up the works. Since time is running, do I get more time, or can I stop the clock, or can I just continue talking?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll give you a little extra time.
Okay.
We have
packets here too? I mean, if you're,
Yeah, well,
You wanted
really,
others?
this is also for the public.
okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. And the four items from the zoning ordinance are listed there as to what needs to be in the package, and just sometimes they're not. So next. So the solution from the solicitor for any new applications that come in after the policy comes in is we have determined that applicants will have until the deadline for planning commission meetings to cure deficient applications, or the application will be returned denied due to being incomplete. And I think that's a eminently sensible way of going about it. If you don't have enough information, you turn it back. I did have one question though as to what the deadline was. And as I understand it, the deadline is when you, as the Board of Supervisors, pass it to the Planning Commission, and then they get their 30 days to review it before it make the recommendation comes back to you. So technically, I think, but others can correct me if I'm wrong, when you pass a application on to the Planning Commission, that would be the deadline then to have a complete package. The second part of that, though, is that if we have existing applications out there before the policy came out, then the policy from the solicitor is any defects in the application or procedure left uncured could form a basis for denial of an application. That's a little late in the process, but it still makes sense if that's what we're going to do. The second policy that I wanted to bring to your attention, also to do with conditional use applications, but now the hearings and extensions that come with it. The problem is that for a couple months last year, the township stopped tracking this at the supervisor's level. For all the years I've been watching this, they would bring an application for extension to you as the supervisors. You would vote to extend it, and then it would get into the minutes, so we would have a record of it. Well, for several months last year, that didn't happen. And so the policy, as I understand it now from the township manager, is in December, we'll be posting a list of approved conditional plans and any plans that sought extensions, which I saw last month meant that, yes, you actually got to vote on it. In that case, it was under the consent agenda, but then it made it into the minutes afterwards, so we can go back and look as to what was done, and we have an archive process for that. Now, again, I said this was all kind of wonky, but I have an application I wanted to bring up to you, and that is conditional use 2021 Ford recycling plant. And this came out in July of 2021, where the Board of Supervisors referred it to the Planning Commission, as was the normal procedures. And then the applicant, the developer, has since extended that 19 times. And you can go back into the minutes and see each of the time when it was extended, when it was going to, and that's the way it should have worked, except for those several months last year.
Give you an extra minute.
Thank
Clarence.
you. The applicant right now, we're under a deadline of 31 March 2026. The second part I was bringing up was also related to the recycling plant, in that in September of last year, the applicant again submitted a updated plan to this application, the updated site plan. It was significantly different than the original application, and it did not have floor plans to go with it because they were changed significantly, elevations or descriptions, all of which are required by the zoning ordinance. And so since there's been an established hearing date of 31 March, and you need to refer it to the Planning Commission with 30 days for them to review, that makes this meeting the time when you should have referred it. It's not on your agenda. So I don't know if that means it won't be heard, or if I'm misinterpreting this and I'm looking to the solicitor and township manager as to what to do, but I asked where we might stand, and I've not heard back on that yet. So in my mind, that we have two courses of action. If in fact that we don't press on with this September plan, one is that you review the July 2021 plan in March, or we get a hearing extension. So I don't know, but I thought because today was a deadline that we need to know that, and I also wanted you to know that we do have these policy changes that not changes, but clarifications have come up. I just want to make known so we can continue to enforce them.
Thanks, Clarence. Solicitor Schultz, did you want to comment on that hearing at all?
Yeah, that has been, that application's already been accepted, long ago. So what would happen under the current circumstances is that we'd likely need an extension on that hearing to permit the planning commission to review it. You can open the hearing in March and have an incomplete application at that point, or perhaps the day before the hearing, they complete the application. And in fairness to anybody who might be a party to that application, along with the public, you could continue that once you open the hearing to allow time for consideration of that. It's sort of a different circumstance than a new application coming in under the new policy, because that was accepted quite some time ago.
But I was curious though about the September 2025 site plan that came in. Is that considered to be part of the old application? Even though the floor plan is significantly different, for instance, and elevation be different?
Sure, if they amend they're able to amend their application. So any kind of amendment to their application would be included in the record.
Okay. So what gets, so the planning commission, we don't know which one they want to look at then? The July 2021 or September 2020?
I wouldn't jump into a bunch of hypotheticals at this point.
No, okay,
Yeah.
but with that's my point is that we as the public really don't know what to prepare for if something's coming up, and it just doesn't seem fair. I think the policies are good. I just don't know how we're going to enforce them.
Thanks, Clarence.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Sean, I brought this up when we had our previous solicitor. Technically, as long as they make an effort to keep renewing, we have to accept the extension, correct? If there's a good faith effort being made by the applicant.
Yeah, that applies to land development plans. Conditional use is on a schedule under the MPC. They can offer extensions to the hearing dates, but you don't necessarily have to approve those extensions. They have to show a good faith effort that they're attempting to comply with whatever they may need to comply with. In this case, there's been missing floor plan for quite some time. It's been noted to them, so you would expect them, and I think we would fairly expect them to correct that by the time the hearing rolls around.
But I know, for instance, we had and I'm in my mind, I think it was a CU that drug on for a long time, and back when I was first on the board, and we were told, I think I asked a question, if they show progression, you have to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. Is that so?
That's generally true. In this case in particular, there's an absent there's an absent portion of the application under your ordinance that was noted to them. I don't know, probably almost 2 years ago at this point, and hasn't been cured yet.
And the other part of that would be, what if, for instance, it's an issue where there's litigation involved? Does that change the dynamics? Like with the recycling center, there was a litigation. Does that play into what we can and can't do?
No, the recycling center plan there's no litigation involving that conditional use application.
But the site itself with the subsequent, they had submitted an
s-
alteration.
A separate
to-
application.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are separate applications, so you deal with those completely separately.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay, any other public comment? Come on up, please.
Do I have to give my name?
Please.
Mary Schrim, and I'm speaking in reference to the properties. David Lanker had asked about that. There is a title search investigation going regarding both 43 and 45 regarding those boundaries. Because when we inquired with them, they said there's lack of survey pins and they want it legally to be correct. So we've been submitting paperwork to try and get all that resolved. Because our properties with the land trust, no one can find pins, and yet they're taking almost, I think we calculate almost 2 acres of our property that we own. So I wanted the board to be aware of that.
So it isn't resolved then quasi right now?
So,
Okay,
no.
all right.
Any questions? I just wanted that to be aware.
So they're currently what, surveying?
We had to submit all our original documents when we bought our home for 30-some years ago, our deed, everything, and show the original, how should I put, I think of the word, diagrams or whatever.
Plot plan?
Yeah, property plans, and then 45, and then we had to submit all of that paperwork. So there's 2 different title companies looking into it. Because, they said there's quite a lot of land that's in consideration. Cuts off a little bit of 45, and then as it progresses further, then it cuts into our property of 43 into the woods. And it's more like a trapezoid, so you're losing a lot of land. So, just wanted to,
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Yeah.
any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Anybody online? Okay. Sue, Zoom user, okay. Go ahead, Zoom user. If you could unmute, yeah, I see your hand raised there, or maybe we can unmute him.
I guess I'm Sue. This is Kathy Pfeiffer with New Kingston Vision. I have a couple questions, and maybe one of them could be maybe directed to the police. First thing, what would it take to get an ordinance as far as when we have these snow emergencies for people to obey by moving their vehicles to make it easier for the township to do their job properly? I know a lot of people will complain about the township.
Kathy, hang on, we
I'm
can't quite
sorry.
hear you yet. I think you're coming through a computer speaker. Hang on. Okay, try again.
How about now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I said some of these, one thing is directed to the police, and some is just some questions, and then I'm going to ask about, what about an ordinance? What would it take to get an ordinance in place like some of the boroughs in the township have in regards to these snow emergencies? That I know a lot of people will complain about the township not doing things, but I know it makes it very hard when these people don't move their cars. I did drive through New Kingston. There, I saw that there were 16 vehicles that the township had to go around. I didn't drive back at Southfield, but I know Southfield has major problems when it comes to snow emergencies. So I'm wondering what we can put, what would it do to put something in place to make it easier, to make these people abide by what they're supposed to be doing to make it easier to have, all if they move their car, it would make it easier. The township could go through and then they can move their car back. I mean, they have places that they can move their cars to if they don't have a garage. but that's one thing. So is that something that's ever going to be, do you think, I don't know who to address it to be considered for the township?
Yeah, we do have an ordinance. I can't speak to all the specifics of it, Kathy, but I think we kind of have to weigh, you know, are we going to ticket and tow, and you know, what's the right approach there?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a balancing act, but yeah, I can't speak to the exacts. I know we have an ordinance on record, but I appreciate what you're saying.
Okay. I just know, and you know, when it comes time to street sweeping too, that's something that the township don't have to do, but they do it. But people don't want to take the time or could care less and don't want to move their vehicles to make it nicer for the residents and the people who live around them. Another thing I've noticed, and with running all around on the roads, the tractor trailers and vehicles that do not clean their snow off their roof. Is that something that's enforced by our police?
It's a state law.
I know, but you drive on 8 and it has nothing to do with the township. But 81, you're behind a tractor trailer and the ice is just flying off. I didn't know if that's something that, just say that happens in the township. Is that something that the police can stop somebody for?
Yeah, Kathy, there's a state law pertaining to that, where they're to have all the, snow off their
Right.
commercial vehicles.
Right. I mean, it's
Keep
dangerous.
an eye on that. Okay.
And then one more thing.
Hang on, Kathy, one sec. Lieutenant was just commenting on that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't hear what he's saying.
David, you have to hold the button in 5 seconds. And then the light will light up.
There we go.
Okay.
I mean, it is a law. It's something.
Okay, I hear.
I can't tell you how many stops we've made, but I know it's a major issue on 81. And obviously 114 where the higher speeds are.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Yeah.
It's terrible. And is that something that maybe can be addressed for any new warehouses that we're getting? I know Crete has that wonderful little thing that they can drive their trucks under and it takes all the snow off. Is that something that maybe could be, I don't know, made something that could be wrote into the things that the warehouses would have to have, those type of things? Something like that?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, let us consider that.
And I always say about this, the tractor trailer parking, that's something I always say about when there's warehouses coming in. Do they have to have like parking for tractor trailers? I mean, could they have parking for these tractor trailers that they just don't park along the road or in anybody's parking lot that doesn't have a rope on it to keep them from going in? That's just some things that I've just been thinking about with these big warehouses that's coming down there at Hemp.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, all good points, Kathy. Thanks for sharing that.
All right, and thank you.
All right. Anybody else online? Seeing none. Okay. Final call. We'll move on then to consent agenda. I had one request to pull the Hemp Road detour for more discussion, and then I'll look for any other comments or questions or requests to pull any items.
First, I got a question for Ray on the one item I don't want it pulled yet. Ray, the item 5E, you probably know why I'm asking. Did you guys have a meeting? We didn't have one last fall as a group, did we? It was the year before.
I believe Tyler did have one before he left.
Yeah, because we usually have one in fall.
Yeah, usually September-ish.
October timeframe. Because I was the one that usually attended for the board. Have you, I know you said you had spoke to the borough. I mean, I read the agreement. We need, it says in there for both communities. It seems like when they need it for their community, our residents are locked out. And well, there's two for their use, for their operations, and that's not the purpose of that. That is to be a daily center for our residents to be able to utilize for the disposal of yard waste. And has it been, when did it open or has it opened?
Well, it did open, but as you know, there was probably about a 4.5 week, week delay
Yeah.
for the Penn Waste garbage bins that they were storing back there.
The only reason I say something, the other week, I was in town and they were going down Main Street with, when it was bone cold, with people on it, and they still had the toters, and that was not, that, it had to be last week, maybe a week and a half ago.
Yeah, Dave, I think we're all a bit frustrated in terms of it's in their land, right? And we are sometimes at mercy despite us sharing half in revenue and half in expenses. There's equipment there. When every time we do these grinds, which we just had one, who goes over and does all the labor? Silver Spring does. So, I mean, I wish there was a better answer, but there's not a big welcome hand for them to want to pitch in.
I looked at the agreement, paper's only as good as the people.
Yeah,
that make
it's an
it up.
agreement that it's been going on for year after year after year, and I just, quite honestly, Dave, I would almost suggest that some of the board members should meet with some of the board members of Mechanicsburg Borough, because I think it has to be addressed, because it's just not, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And it's frustrating, right? So when they closed it, when we had the Penn, we couldn't do anything. We screamed, hollered, yelled.
Yeah, but
They didn't do anything. They had
But-
5,500 garbage bins sitting in there.
But if
they-
you read the agreement, it says, whereas it's for the use of
Yep.
Silver Spring residents, Mechanicsburg Borough residents, it doesn't say and Mechanicsburg Borough operations when desired. I mean, this isn't the first time that's happened.
No, it isn't. And Dave, if you think about what we just did on the grind, who did all the work to find the vendors? Who did all the work to coordinate it?
I agree, and that's where I mean, it's tough. Still, people call me, and I actually went over expecting it to be open, and they had an 8.5 by 11 paper with small font, and you're supposed to see that from your car on one of them easels, and you drive by, you have no idea. It looked just
Yep.
like a blank easel, and it's still closed. I mean, they did a poor job doing their diligence to have that notified or posted.
It's a challenge. There's no question. And then, as you know, that's also where their sewer plant is. They also let sewer kind of influence decisions on access into that facility, because they don't have people to man it if something's up, and then they call the sewer department and they say, I'm busy, I'm doing sewer. It's a hot potato that, we unfortunately don't have a lot of input on the temperature we give it to them.
Well, I mean, if you can talk to them
Yep.
again, I think they need to give us a heads up, one, either that we can post it and or give us comments, as to, like the necessity of it.
Sure.
It was not, to me, something that warranted it being shut down. They had other sites they could have used.
Yeah, and they, it was a little unusual. People wanted to go there during the storm, but there were some people who actually wanted to go during the storm, and it was shut down again. So it's their backyard, yet we are co-joint permittee with it.
Then I do have a couple questions on invoices.
Sure.
Because of the description, one was on 12826, I believe expenditures. There was one Diller Nursery, I think it was page 4. It just said 50 gallon, I think, LO, and then it was $1,650. That material, or would they?
Dave, I'll have to find out. Can I make a notation and respond back to you?
Okay. That one, and then there was a invoice in there for Dexter, and it was for chipper bearing spindles and washers. Can't believe are they greasing that?
They are.
Well, that shouldn't have went out that quick. That chipper's only like a year old.
Yeah, we're in discussion with them about repairing it and reimbursing us for it.
Cause that's.
We
not-
actually had 2 people from Stevenson's over at the plant over there saying that this is unacceptable, that after a year's worth that the bearings went on it.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it, I know it was a year old. That
It was 1 year old. We had him, we had Scott over, and we also had his mechanic over.
Then also on 1/14/26, Elon, I believe that's our credit card. There was two line items in there. It said mud mitts for $150.99, but then like two lines above it, it said mud mitt and chain for $1,122.93. Are we going through that many mud mitts?
Yeah, so we're able to get, at this time of the year, we can get them at a better price in bulk. And so, unfortunately, the mutt mitts, are a necessary thing to have along with, they're used often.
That's a lot of money. I mean, a lot of people have them where they have them on their chains and they can pull them out. That's a lot of money to spend. People that walk their dogs in the park, $1,500 on them. All right.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay.
I'll find out about the other expense you requested.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead, Harry. Yeah.
JJ, can you explain what, this is on the new Kingstown,
Supplement.
streetscape supplement?
Yes, the new Kingstown Streetscape supplement that is,
Supplement?
Yes.
Supplement one.
yes, the supplement includes right-of-way, assistance services, as well as taking this project through bidding and construction phase services as well.
How far are we, I mean, I know we're in talks with PennDOT.
Yeah, we've received the HOP permit for this project, so really the next hurdle would be acquiring right-of-way as needed. It'll most likely be temporary impacts, and then we can push forward through the bidding phase.
Okay, so we're moving ahead with it.
Correct,
basically.
yes.
Did your supervisor say something to you about a couple weeks ago or a week ago?
That he saw you?
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
and I asked where you were.
No, he didn't say that.
Oh, you did?
No, no.
I told him to cut your salary. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, Mark, I did share with Ray, if you want to share a question about the
Yep.
pay app that you had. Yeah.
Yep.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Mark.
I have concerns with 5D, the Hemp Road detour closure.
We'll pull that. Yeah, we'll pull that for a separate discussion.
Okay,
And then it was, I think, 6B, Ray was going to share, I think, an update on that one.
okay,
Yeah, so just an updated clarity. So the pay app is for the municipal campus site work. What happened is when they bid that project back in the fall, that was the words they used as the line. And so what HRG does is takes that, and anytime a pay app is, they use the same bidding language. However, with that being said, we are, as we get those in, we're going to change it to say, for the records that we have it in the audit, it's municipal campus,
okay.
not joint compost or
Right.
compost bid.
Okay, I was just concerned that I didn't want the residents to get the wrong idea of what we're
Yeah, no,
doing
I,
there.
yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that to the attention, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So then, yeah, we'll move on the entire consent agenda, and then we can discuss 5D, Mark, separately, and then we can
Okay.
move on that, so.
All right.
If there's no other comments or questions, I'll look for a motion on the consent excluding 5D.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as outlined in our agenda items, except 5D to be pulled and discussed separately.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Harry, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Okay, Mark, go ahead on 5D.
Yeah, on 5D, I see that they want to close Hemp Road from February 1st to June 30th to do the water main and also do the roundabout. My concern is the temperatures that we're having.
Mm-hmm.
The forecast doesn't look good for February. And I'm more in favor of doing it from March 1st to July 31st because I don't want the contractors to come back in June and say because of February weather, we have to go another month and extend. We know what the weather is looking at least the first half of February.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's not supposed to be above like 30 degrees for most of those days. And I just don't think they're going to be able to perform their work.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. So I talked to the contractor again today, And when it comes to the first phase of that, which is the water line, they have no concern of digging that trench to do the water line. And that's going to take them about 4 to 5 weeks to do that. And we're anticipating at that point it would be probably close to the end of Feb into March when they would start into the roundabout, which kind of ties into your timing. So I did ask that, Mark, and I think it's a great question. But they're going to be tied up for a good 4 to 6 weeks on the line, the water line. They have no concerns whatsoever to do the trench.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
but
just
that's a
cons-
very good question.
it's
Thank
a-
you.
It's a major road being closed, and I just didn't want to have it take longer than it needs to be.
Yeah, no, good question.
Right.
Cumberland Valley is, we obviously play an integral part to their busing. They're aware of what the potential period of time is.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Yep.
All right, thanks, guys. Any other comments or questions on those?
Yeah, I just want to add to
Sure.
that. In March, we have had snows and we have had cold weather, so maybe a little later than March, like maybe into April, somewhere where it gets a little warmer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave.
I was gonna say, if they're digging a water line, that's only like a 3-foot ditch, 2-foot ditch. If it snows, they're gonna clean with the machine where the trench line is and dig. It's not, I would rather them do that work now than to extend it further. If they have issues with rock, when we get into summer, I don't wanna see the school impacted for the following school year.
That's true.
So-
Okay.
Okay, any other input? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the item 5D, the detour plan submitted by HSS for the work to be done on Hemp Road.
There's a motion on the table from Dave. Do I have a second?
Second.
Harry, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. We'll move to public hearings. This is Agriculture Security Area, Resolution 2026-04, and I'll turn the meeting over to Solicitor Schultz to kick us off.
This is a hearing to add 43 North Old Stonehouse Road, parcel number 38-23-0581-051 to the Township's agricultural security area and to adopt the appropriate resolution. As we typically do, I'll pass it over to Supervisor Brown to walk through how this property complies with the ASA law.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple other hearings, so I'm going to try to buzz through this and just kind of give you the most important points. All the notifications have been sent out. Thank you to Willetta, Bill Brown, and also Savannah for helping with all those notifications. For the ASA, the most important I guess you would say qualification for it is you have to have a farm property that's at least 10 acres, or it has to have at least 2,000 acres of agricultural production per year. This property is well over that. It's 31.72 acres. That's the minimum criteria that you need for a property to be enrolled. In this case, we have various recommending bodies looking at this property. So the Planning Commission, the Township Planning Commission, the County Planning Commission, also the Township Ag Security Area Committee looks at this property, and they've all recommended that we add this to our ag security area. Now, some of the other qualifications, what works for this property, it has good soil quality. Over 80% of the land contains class 1 through 4 soils. It's viable ag land. Local farmer farms this every year. The zoning, it's zoned rural residential, which allows ag use. The Township Comprehensive Plan also sees it as agricultural, so it fits with that. And in addition, the County Comprehensive Plan, it's consistent with that plan. So in all of these, it fits perfectly with what ag security area is supposed to have for our properties. So I will be happy to take any questions that the board might have as to this, or I guess we'll open up to the public at one point.
Any questions from the board? Okay, any public comment on this application? So you're not getting any questions tonight?
No, that works. That works for me.
Okay, then I'll turn it back to the chair for consideration of the resolution.
And with that, we'll close the hearing and I'll look for a motion.
I make a motion to approve the addition of 43 North Old Stonehouse Road to Silver Spring Township's agricultural security area and to adopt the associated resolution 2026-04.
Laura moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Dave second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries. Next public hearing is ordinance 2025-07. This is a zoning map amendment. And again, I'll turn the meeting over to Solicitor Schultz to kick off the hearing.
And this was effectively a continuance of this item from prior month due to advertising, service of notice issues. The property owners have all now been properly notified according to tax records by mailing to their addresses on file with the assessment office. The properties have been posted and the ordinance was duly advertised. So this is an opportunity for public comment on this ordinance. Is there anybody wishing to give public comment? Mr. Urlitz, we know who you are, but we'll need your name and address for the record.
Donald Urlitz. My address is 1025 Group Mill Road, New Oxford, Pennsylvania. I would like to strongly oppose the rezoning of our property at 401 Mulberry Drive and the other 13 properties proposed. It's completely inappropriate to rezone any of these properties that are involved in the litigation with our property. The rezoning itself should be enough to delay this until all of the litigation is concluded. It was just in 2019 that the entire comprehensive plan and zoning map were updated using the advice of an outside land expert. This was done at great expense to the taxpayers of the township. There have been no significant changes to the township since the land use expert revised the zoning. At that time, the entire board approved the adoption of the new zoning map. This is a clear case of special legislation targeting our property, which clearly is the one most affected by the changes. This is a clear violation of your authority. This action will place the township in an indefensible position should it become necessary to take it to the Court of Common Pleas. In addition to violation of the statutes, such rezoning lacks justification and will create many non-conforming uses and substantially devalue all of the properties. This is grossly unfair to all of our neighboring property owners when our property is the only one not developed and it's the clear target of the rezoning. Our property has been zoned industrial since approximately 1972. The township approved all of these developments around us after that, and now we're being blamed for creating the problem. And by the way, all those developments were built on farmland. You're also proposing to change part of our property back to R1. This is totally crazy. I would have thought that you would have learned from the development on Stevens Road that it is a very poor idea to sandwich a development that's surrounded by industrial ground. I strongly suggest that you abandon this plan and leave things alone and wait for the litigation to work its way through the courts. But it seems that you think it's much, much easier to shut me up because I am only one person. It seems like you're not following your own rules and regulations. The land development plan was submitted, met all of the requirements as verified by the township's own engineer. I have a review letter from HRG that agreed that there were no deficiencies in the plan, and yet the plan was still denied. I'd like an explanation for that at some point. Since we're the largest parcel to be developed, the last parcel to be developed, you're holding us to a much higher standard. You are telling us that the use of code 150 for a traffic study is not adequate for our project, but it was just fine for the HSS project. Again, that's not, we're being held to a different standard, which is not fair at all. Lastly, your own county's planning committee is suggesting that you take no action on this until the litigation is resolved.
I was there. I was there. Go ahead, sorry.
Would also like to request that Mark Potiker be recused from any voting or discussion pertaining to this matter since he's involved in a legal suit. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to provide comment? While anybody's stepping up, I'll note as Chairman Mockamer noted, I was there when the County Planning Commission approved the ordinance as drafted. Yeah, you may proceed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Comment.
Sean Delaney, Stevens and Lee. I'm too tall for it. It happens. No, I'm fine. Thank you, though. Sean Delaney with Stevens and Lee, here with Mr. Urlitz and his sister, Mrs. Livingston. I would echo what he said, but actually I'm a little confused because I have the planning staff recommendation. Have you guys seen that?
Was the comment in regard to the comp plan and then this zoning map?
Yeah, the County Planning Commission comments.
They voted in favor of recommending both. So that's definitely confusing. I would agree.
Well, that's what the Planning Commission voted. I'm going off the staff report.
Okay, I got it.
So the staff report, which was provided to the Planning Commission, it's worth a look. There's a couple things, and it's not just our client's property, which is clearly the target of this legislation. But they do have some comments. One, you're creating a series of non-conforming uses, which is just not good planning. It's not how zoning is supposed to work. And you did go through a process, comprehensive process. And again, as Mr. Urlitz said, there was a unanimous vote to adopt the new zoning ordinance and map. There are also some technical issues. Where the tank farm is, the Mechanicsburg Terminals properties, and it's here in the report, rezoning those properties to I-1 makes them non-conforming. It also is inconsistent with the existing comprehensive plan, and the proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan does not address that. So that is noted in the staff report. So, I don't think there's any question this is special legislation. I think that the township is just looking to spend more money on more litigation, to be perfectly honest. And I think that there are a lot of other property owners who would be in the same position. I think that the staff recommendation of waiting for the litigation to be resolved is good advice. Actually, I'll quote, "The township should consider the rights of the landowners." That's in the county staff. That's Kirk Stoner's report. So I think that you should consider that. So from a planning perspective, I don't think it makes sense. Special legislation is clear. I think there's also a very clear issue with spot zoning, which is akin, and that you're taking a small piece of one property and making it residential. And I think you've got an issue there as well. So I think that this act is premature. And again, I echo my client's sentiment. I think that either you should vote no or just withdraw the proposal. Thank you very much.
Barbara Martin, 107 Brook Meadow. I just want to strongly encourage you to approve this amendment, or what's it called? Ordinance, and I guess it is an amendment to the zoning. back, I don't know the date, but I sat through a very long meeting here. And then we sat through 2 very long meetings at the Cumberland Valley High School. At that time, you had hundreds of residents seeking a change. And I don't believe, I could be wrong, I don't recall anyone speaking in favor at those meetings. And at the end of, I believe, the second one, regardless of the fact that there was a unanimous vote to change it, there was a unanimous vote to stop the Trindle Spring development. And I believe, Carl, it was your words, but correct me if I'm wrong, it was said, we made a mistake. So this is just correcting that mistake.
Ricky McLaren, 111 Stephen Drive. So I have a few things to say, and I don't have the best order in my head, so I'm just gonna go for it. First of all, I want to say that I really fully hope that you all approve this, and I'm really glad that this is being brought forward and discussed right now. I do want to ask, my understanding is that there wouldn't be any non-conforming uses, so I don't know who can tell me if that's right or wrong. But with existing properties, existing uses, my understanding is nothing becomes non-conforming. It was all conforming in the I-1 or previously approved. Is that correct?
I don't want to eat up your time. I'll go into that once you're done. Go ahead. Although the clock's not running anyway, so I'll eat up your time.
Is there like a yes,
Yeah.
no though?
No, there's these properties being rezoned to what they were before the prior rezone.
Yeah.
To the extent they're non-conforming, they were non-conforming
Yeah,
back
so-
then under that zoning. There would be, at the very least, the tank farm would be non-conforming at this stage. There are provisions in the zoning ordinance that allow continued use of non-conforming uses and even expansion of non-conforming uses.
Right. So what was non-conforming previously? It would be non-conforming now, and it's already been
Right, that's correct.
correct. Yeah. So I just feel like words are being twisted a little bit, and it makes me feel like anything that came out of previous speakers' mouths, I don't know what I can trust and not trust. And I know that you all and the township has done their due diligence to look into this stuff. So I just want to remind you to trust your gut and trust your staff and not fall victim to threats. Because I'm not proud to be a part of a community that does that. It doesn't impact current litigation. I think we're all on the same page there. This has nothing to do with what's currently under litigation. I've been thinking about this myself as a really, really responsible reset. I like that language. It's a reset, right? Sometimes mistakes are made. Sometimes we move in directions and we think, hold on, let's step back for a second. That's totally okay. And it's taking us back to something that existed before so that our township can do the right thing in figuring out what is most appropriate and most responsible for property owners, for businesses, for citizens, for neighbors. It just makes sense. And I think it's a really, really important step in the right direction of where we want to go as a township. And I would be proud of that. I think those are the big things that I wanted to say. I do know that there's a lot of discussions about this, a lot of folks who are really pleased to see the township go in this direction and would appreciate full support from you all. So thank you for doing this.
Denise Baylor, Texaco Road. So I just want to say that I absolutely believe that doing a reset back to what this ground was, all of these properties should be done. With regard to the litigation that's going on with that property and the comment about the land use code 150 being acceptable one at one place and not another, the residents hired an expert to review the information. Now, unfortunately, the issues with the floodplain and the miscalculations with that proposal were not in the litigation, but the improper use of land use code 150 was determined by an expert. But that aside, I believe none of those properties should be I2. Doing the reset makes sense. If you were talking about this property and there weren't developments surrounding it that were residential, maybe it could have made sense. I don't believe that Mark should recuse himself. There's hundreds of residents that would be impacted, not just Mark, so that doesn't make sense. If we were asking for recusals, I have heard that Lenker has had some dealings with Mr. Yorlitz, and so my question is, have you had any business dealings, gotten any payments from him whatsoever?
If you're gonna accuse me of that.
I'm saying I've heard it. I'm not saying I'm accusing you. I'm asking you.
Saying that under testimony, so you.
I'm asking you a question.
I have not.
Okay, that's all I was asking. I said I've heard it. I didn't say I know it.
You and your group have attacked me from day one.
How have I attacked you?
Multiple times. There's a whole group of you. You don't know anything about me. It's because of how I voted.
I've not attacked you at all. I'm sorry. How have I attacked you?
You've made multiple comments. You accused me of being in cahoots with staff. There was this whole thing, and I know it boils down to Supervisor Brown talking to people, but you better make sure.
A resident had told me that there were interactions. I don't know, so I'm asking.
Okay, I want to get us refocused on the merits
You better have
of
them
the ordinance.
verified, because I will be talking to council if there's gonna be,
Asking you a question is not accusatory.
you made a comment about me having business interactions.
I said I've heard. I never said for a fact that I'm asking you. There's a difference.
Okay, the question was asked, the question was answered. You can
Thank you.
move on to the comment. Okay. Is there any further comment on this item? Okay, is there anybody by Zoom who wishes to comment? Okay. I'm going to address just a couple issues that came up in public comment. One, the Supervisor Potiger need not recuse himself. There's not a conflict of interest in this. He's not affected by this rezone in a personal way, in any sort of personal pecuniary way. So he's permitted to vote, and under the second-class township code is expected to vote on items where he does not need to abstain or recuse himself. Two, there was a suggestion that this would be spot zoning, I think in particular with the residential area. That residential area abuts other residential area, and would be consistent zoning along in that corridor. I think the non-conforming use issue was already addressed earlier. And then I'll just go into, the board tasked the staff and I to put together an ordinance, primarily because of the experience that the board has seen since that rezone, dealing with traffic issues and adverse impacts to residential areas along that corridor. I know folks feel like it may be targeted at them, but that was the task that we were sent to work on, and that's the task that we worked on. So given there's no further public comment, the board may now consider the issue.
Sean, can I ask the question?
Okay, Dave.
The sheet, Scott's not here tonight. What would be the correct zoning pertaining to the use of the Sheets drop lot? Would that classify I2 or I1?
They would be I2, although it was permissible at the time under I1 when they applied.
But if this would go through, that's another non-conforming use, correct?
Yeah. Yeah,
So that brings it up to what, 3 properties non-conforming?
that's correct.
Potentially 4.
Well, 3, if you're including the 2.
Well, there's 3 now, and there would potentially be the 4th depending on the outcome in court, correct?
That's right. That would be dependent on the outcome in court on Mr. Yolitz's property.
I will just speak that I was one of the people that voted for the zoning ordinance in 2022. And I now realize that it was a mistake to change this property to general/light industrial. It does not make sense with the residential properties around it. It does not make sense because of the traffic impacts on Texaco Road as well as Mulberry Drive. So that's when one of the residents mentioned a reset. That's what we're doing here is we're trying to correct a mistake that was made.
I would maybe just add some comments, and I think I'm kind of wading into the prior issue, but yeah, yes, we had a number of discussions. We did have land use experts when we were going through the comprehensive plan update. But what wasn't contemplated at that time was a Clomar, 1.2 million square foot house, or sorry, warehouse. At the time, I think the estimations were 30, and I've shared this in the prior hearings, but at the time, estimations were 30 to 40% of the property was developable given the floodplain. There were some non-conforming uses there. There was rail access. So those are all important planning discussions and things to consider. A lot of that at the time made sense. We had those discussions. Yeah, I've kind of used the term reset a number of times too. I don't know how anybody can look at this from a planning standpoint and say, this is where we should be sending 700 truck trips a day, the middle of the township on a residential street with absolutely zero room to handle that in that intersection. And then to add insult to injury, a bulk of what the plan contemplated when it came to traffic improvements, let's add a stop sign. We'll move the stop bar back 35 feet. I asked at the hearing, how long is a truck? I want to know the number, 52. So we've added room for one truck to get off the Texaco onto 114. So I can go on and on from a planning standpoint. You know, I think we looked at this, it made sense at the time, and then what came in, not even close to what was contemplated. So for me, I feel strongly I'm in favor of this. This is going to be a reset. We will have some non-conformings. I think, you know, maybe we look at the tank farm, maybe there's an overlay, maybe that property makes sense. Maybe there's a text amendment to I-1 to allow that type of use. So there's a number of measures we can take when it comes to non-conforming. And the other thing I want to share about non-conforming is it sounds like a bad word, but I think quite frankly, there are uses that don't conform. And the other thing that non-conforming tools that brings to a township is, should an expansion request come in, a non-conforming use has some guardrails on that. Should the use sit dormant for a period of time, a non-conforming use allows that use to be terminated. So again, there's some powerful tools. We say non-conforming as if it's a bad thing. There's actually a reason for that, and there's some tools built in when things occur in that nature. So that's my line of thought. It's going to take a whole lot to convince me to vote otherwise. So that's all I want to share as far as the way I'm thinking. So.
Well, I will say I can agree to a couple of things. However, where I'm lost is Carl, you and Laura both voted for the Sheets terminal as I did. I had concerns about that. That's bringing another approximately 250 truck trips a day. I didn't hear a word out of anybody in that corridor. That's 1/3 potentially what they're saying on this tract. That should be alarming as well. There wasn't a word said. Everybody welcomed that open arms. I have a hard time now all of a sudden that, you know, this, come on. I agree that when we looked at that site and our paid consultant that came in, you know, pretty much said that that was the correct zoning to do in that area to eliminate non-conforming uses and to have it be consistent. But well, part of the problem we have would be our zoning classifications. If we would have had a third zoning classification, like an I-1 and I-2, and either a specific one for warehouse, we could eliminate it. Our zoning with I-1 and 2, uses for I-2 are things, in my opinion, it should be an I-1, but it creates the use for, or the need for heavy industrial. certain sites that are like processing of construction material or the construction equipment. There's people that need those types of sites that do not generate a ton of truck trips. But the fact is, it has to fall into I-2. Well, what do we have in I-2? Warehousing. We made the problem, and I know that that was tossed around at a couple of the zoning meetings, and nobody expressed the desire to do anything to change the zoning for warehousing to have a special zoning district. And this is what we have, because we looked at it, and I do agree that site made sense for multiple uses, not necessarily warehousing. And we were told through our consultant, and there was other people, that the site was kind of restricted by the floodplain. It was not, that to me, that's shame on us if we did do that. But to me, I was always told growing up, two wrongs don't make a right. And what we're doing, in my opinion, is kind of doing a wrong to try to correct this right now with it being litigation.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Any other, Harry, go ahead.
Well, I understand what both sides are saying, and I know there was a mistake that was made and what Dave said as far as we were listening to the consultants. Because it was a floodplain, you could put a daycare center in there, you could put a dentist office, you could put offices and stuff. And I think those are some of the things that I went through when we had the meeting at the Kern Valley High School. However, my experiences of working in a legal office, seeing cases like this come through, or cases come through and stuff, I know that sometimes if you jump, it's like putting the cart before the horse. If you jump and do something and the court sees it, the court may say, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? So that's where I'm kind of reluctant, because of, I don't want to do anything until the court comes down. The court says, okay, you can't do it. And then we rezone it. Okay, that's something different. I just, working with the legal system for quite a while, you don't know what the courts are going to do. And so I guess that's pretty much where I'm at. I'm not sure if we're moving ahead too quickly. So I have nightmares about that one, moving ahead too quickly. So.
Thanks, Harry. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just would like to comment about the Sheets drop lot. Those trucks are already traveling Texaco Road to come to get fuel.
Did you listen to when I asked the guy when they came in? Not all, they don't buy exclusively from there. They buy from other places too as well. So
I was told that they're just going to be parked
I
there.
I have no reason to
fill
lie,
up.
Mark. I'm telling you, like I asked that for a specific reason, because if it was the case, you're right. It
Okay.
changes nothing.
It's kind of irrelevant though to the rezoning, but and the other thing, I definitely feel, and I was told, that this decision will not have any impact on the court case, none whatsoever. The judge has already heard the case. He is in deliberation right now. I think he has another probably about 90 days to make a decision. And what we do here tonight is not going to affect that one way or the other. If our legal system is what it's supposed to be, that judge will not be intimidated whatsoever on the decision we make here tonight. That's what I've been told by legal counsel.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So, Sean, we had already, I guess we didn't really close the hearing, but I guess we should have before the
Yeah,
board.
that's okay. It's
We'll
all
assume the
okay
hearing.
on the transcript, but you can close the hearing.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll assume the hearing is closed then. Well, staff, were you gonna add anything, Ray?
No, I think we talked about before, this is one step into, what potentially we had talked about, maybe some additional analytical and analysis in the corridor that the board had mentioned to look at. This was just a reset, and then from there, you know, how the board would want to look at that corridor. And some of the suggestions have been made independently here by the board as we look at the whole corridor, not just a blanket thing, but just in terms of what's right for that specific zone over there. So if we remember that, we probably should have a conversation in February about, you know, that analysis that we could bring back to you. A deeper dive on the planning that you had referenced last year.
All right, thanks, Ray.
Yep.
Okay, I think we're narrowing in on a motion then. If there's no other comments or questions, look for a motion on ordinance 2025-07.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance 2025-07, revising the zoning map.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any?
I oppose.
Okay, the motion carries 3-2. All right, we have final hearing for this evening. This is ordinance 2026-02. This is a text amendment, 40 Dolphin Drive. And again, I'll turn the meeting over to Solicitor Schultz to kick off the public hearing.
This text amendment to revise the zoning ordinance to permit structure-mounted solar farms in the I-2. The applicant, I believe, is here somewhere. There you are. If you want to step up and you can give the board a reminder review of the text amendment and an application.
Thank you. I'm Paul Schemmel with DSS Law in Greencastle. I represent the client, Sigma Renewables, who is also the applicant in this case. This is a simple text amendment. It simply applies to two different sections. Section 215B, which would allow structure-mounted solar farms as a conditional use in the I-2 district. Last summer, you extended this to permit this same use in the I-1 district, which is light industrial. We're asking that it also be included in the general industrial district. So that's the 25B. The other section this impacts is section 4440.14, which would be a change from exclusively the I-1 district to applicable zoning district. In this case, what we're requesting here, these are structure-mounted solar farms. My client can tell you a little bit more about them, but they would be mounted atop existing structures. And since in the general industrial district, you have a lot of large structures that are already impervious, already existing, rather than consuming farmland, which we already heard about, you're trying to preserve. With solar farms, the solar farms could be mounted atop existing buildings that are already in the township. And this is the district, the I-2 district, where you already have the largest of these structures. It's also consistent with the township's own comprehensive plan, where it says within this district, one of your predominant characteristics is the use of alternative energy facilities. So with that, my client can talk specifically to the project and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening. My name is Garrett Peterson. I'm one of the founders of Sigma Renewables. I'm wondering, I believe I sent out the presentation, but if we would be able to put it up on the screen. While she gets that pulled up, a little bit about Sigma Renewables. We are a developer of what you call distributed generation solar and energy storage projects. We operate primarily in the Mid-Atlantic, Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And we really work with a lot of REITs, industrial property owners, in order to put alternative energy, renewable energy on their properties. We're developing approximately 60 of these projects across Pennsylvania. These participate under a tariff known as the virtual aggregation net metering tariff that allows the system to electronically credit kilowatt hours to not only the meters on site, but other meters that are owned by the same property owner off-site, so allowing for a more flexible form of renewable energy generation. Locally, we've permitted and we're working on these projects in South Middleton Township, Perry Township, Penn Township, Dickinson Township, Carlisle Borough. So, you know, we're working a lot in this local region. We are financially backed through EQT Investments, which is a very large multi-billion-dollar private equity fund. That's all to say in terms of decommissioning security, things like that that are required by the township under a conditional use permit. We have no problems meeting that. As Paul mentioned, we're seeking a text amendment ordinance. Our properties are located in the general industrial district. The previous one was amended to have light industrial. We went in front of the planning board in January, and they were very supportive of it, referencing that maybe that should have been amended in the first pass. We have 3 sites, and I'll pause just so you can see the aerial. I believe it was sent out. We have 3 sites. The first is located at 40 Dauphin Drive. All of these sites are in process under interconnection study with PPL. So 40 Dauphin Drive, I think you're familiar with that location. We are working on the adjacent property, which is 100 Fry Drive, the building right next door. Those are both owned by a REIT. And then a third site, which is 6 Doughton Drive, which is just to the north of those 2, that is owned by a separate REIT that we are working with as well. So collectively, in a relatively small area, but located in the general industrial district. Just a little bit about the sites in general. As I mentioned, they're going through the interconnection study with PPL. We have PUC permission to operate under the tariff that I mentioned from them. These are not publicly visible due to the nature of the height of the building, the required setbacks under building code and electric code, the angles at which the panels sit. They're not visible from public right-of-ways. There's no audible noise from the solar array. It's in line with the existing industrial use. We're not adding additional impervious surface, stormwater concerns, etc., because we're already on a very large existing surface. I'll mention that these sites, we specialize in these because they are 50% smaller than a ground type of solar system. So we use less of a footprint. We are in line with industrial use. Due to the nature of the sites, there's existing access for us for construction, ongoing operations and maintenance of the system once it's up and operational. So it's, in terms of a site perspective, it's truly not really adding anything to it. These systems are what's called National Electric Code rapid shutdown compliant, meaning from a fire safety perspective, the power can be shut down to the array and all voltage within the solar panels is gone in 3 seconds. That's a code that exists across the US. That's a requirement for fire safety. We do have a fire safety plan in place for both construction and then O&M. We do provide fire safety training for local fire departments unfamiliar with solar systems of this size. Those are all things we would bring up in the conditional use permit meetings for all of these systems. There's no batteries involved. This is just purely solar. So just to add a little bit about that. A little bit more about the tariff that it operates under. As I mentioned, what this does is it allows kilowatt hours generated by the array to be credited to meters elsewhere. It can be credited to the building meters. It can also be sold back to the grid, to PPL. They are grid tied. It's not tied through the building. And these type of developments help offset a lot of the power demand that is being placed on the PPL grid by existing infrastructure or future infrastructure growth. So this offsets a lot of, or I shouldn't say a lot, but offsets larger transmission projects because we're putting in local generation that helps supplement energy demand needs. It helps the building owners reach sustainability goals. They can claim the renewable energy credits, helps them reduce scope 1, scope 2 emissions, goes towards building LEED certifications and things like that. So that's a lot of the impetus for these type of projects. Did have some photos of existing installations that we have, but we can show those at a later time. That's all I have for right now in terms of the text amendment, and open to any questions the board or the public has.
Thanks, Garrett. I'll look for comments or questions. None?
No, I don't have it.
Harry?
I think we pretty much covered everything. You're gonna provide training to emergency management and the fire companies and stuff, which is, I guess the one thing I'm concerned about is, and as I mentioned before, technology changing, that, they are kept up to date. And I guess that would probably be my only concern, that for safety wise, for the public and for the people that are responding to the or from the fire companies and stuff.
When you say kept up to date,
Well, we know technology changes.
sure.
I mean, the computer that you have today, tomorrow, it's no good. And every time there's a modification, for the solar panels or whatever, or could be, I don't know, could be anything.
You're saying if we update equipment somehow and need to provide new training
Yes.
or something like that? Okay.
Anything that they are not, I mean, what you provide today, you may have to provide maybe 3 months down the road or something.
So the panels have a 35-year life on them. The inverters are a 15-plus-year life. The transformer is similar to a standard electric transformer that you have at roadside. There may be minor updates along the way, throughout the course of it, but I think those things are the updates required to local services can be discussed.
And that would be great. Any minor updates or anything else like that, so they're kept up to date. And, something would happen, a fire or something, that, they could work with it.
Yeah, and the systems are remotely monitored 24/7. And so there's an immediate, acknowledgement or message that goes to the monitoring if, say, a panel's not working, if there's a short, something like that. So alerting emergency services in the event is pretty much an instant thing.
And those phone numbers would also be provided. And I know that you'll have the emergency services stuff, but those phone numbers would also be provided to the township just in case there's a misconnection there.
Yeah, and there's typically some sort of, not only that, but on-site number, that there's a contact and things like that as well.
I just want to make sure everything is real safe for the people that respond to emergency situations.
Of course.
Thanks, Harry. Go ahead, Dave.
We had something similar come through there earlier or last year. If there's a problem on site, how far is your paid maintenance or repair team or troubleshooting team? If there's something catastrophic, how far away are they to respond to an issue?
We have both local contractors and O&M. When I say local, to Philadelphia area. So in terms of something catastrophic, if you mean like if there was a fire, that would be just an instant to emergency services. If it was something during construction, I think that'd be people would be on site.
Like during operation, I assume there's some sort of monitoring mechanism on it. If for some reason there was a short or something catastrophic where it could lead to a problem, they have to come from Philly up to rectify it, or is there a remote can be done through a laptop, or they can disable that? That's what I'm asking about. Yeah.
Yeah, the monitoring itself is 24/7, and that's done remotely. And so if there was a short and a breaker trip, there's the ability to have that circuit be disabled. If there was something that needed some sort of panel replacement or something like that, that's just a coordinated effort as to when we need to get onto the roof and do that. If it was something that was a true emergency relative to some sort of fire or something like that, that would be an immediate call to emergency services.
What's produced here then goes right into the grid, right? This
Correct.
does not feed the building that it's mounted to, this direct feed.
Yeah, it's a direct feed to PPL's grid.
Okay, all right.
Is there any public comment? Come on up.
Clarence Boucher, 15 Warwick Circle. This isn't really about this particular project. It's more of a question for the supervisors. If we've gone I-1 and I-2 to solar, are you considering C3 and C2 and C1? Is this just going to go through the whole township? Is there a limit where we're going to go? I don't know the right answer, but obviously we see a trend now of expanding this, and just throwing it out to you guys as to where it's going to go.
Well, just speaking on my behalf, Clarence, like if it got to the point where is that even commercial, where it's over a parking lot, like to me, that's less asphalt absorbing sun rays, creating heat. And to me, better use of real estate compared to taking open space. You're utilizing something that's already impacted. It's either impervious or disturbed. And so like, I'm willing to listen to any of that we can get a multiple use out of the same track so that we don't have to go out where you see these solar farms out on either farms or open space. I would rather see that, and it also shades vehicles. If it gets to the point it's at shopping centers or whatever in summer, there's another benefit to it. So I'm willing to listen to what comes down the road. Yeah. Yeah. I understand where you're coming from too, though, as well.
Thanks, Clarence. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll announce the closure of the hearing and I'll come back to the board for action. How am I doing, Sean? Pretty good on the third one? Okay. You usually get good by the time you're finished, right? So, all right, I'll look for any further comments or a motion from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-02.
There's a motion on the table from Mark. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Dave, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any. That motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, we'll move to subdivision and land development. First item there is Amadea Cemetery 2025-4, and I believe we have representatives this evening. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm John Melham, and as I think the supervisors know, my company has been working with the client, with the Amadea, local Amadea community and their national for quite some time on this preliminary final plan. We work pretty closely with J.J. Robinson. We appreciate his timeliness and response. I have his latest response, but last week here of the 23rd, January. There are a few items that I would like to discuss that quite honestly, we've addressed everything we can on this. JJ hasn't seen that yet, but I do have some exhibits here, if it's possible to bring them up. We have a number of waivers to request of the board. There's only one of those that I would like to discuss with you. The rest of them, I think you won't have any problem with. And if I may, I'm just going to refer to Mr. Robinson's latest request here. And I realize you don't have this in front of you, but I'll just mention these. One of them, he has one comment in zoning, and he's asked for us to provide the site data table, which we have on the plans. There's a simple request and a simple response. We've done that. A previous comment says, provide additional information to confirm that the identified non-conformities are existing non-conformities, i.e. were not in violation when they were constructed. His latest comment is in bold print, which we appreciate because it identifies something new that we have to address. And I'm quoting, it says, it appears the applicant has identified the parking setback as an existing nonconformity. HRG believes that this may be an unlawful nonconformity. HRG recommends that the nonconformity is reconciled and brought into conformance to current ordinance standards. And I didn't have time to respond to JJ personally on this, so I apologize. I don't want to be brusque here, but I do have to clarify the record. We did not identify, and I'll show you what we're talking about if Willetta can bring up a plan. All right. Well, we'll soldier on a bit here, but the exhibits I have are really crucial to it. So if we can't display those on behalf of my client, I think we would defer. But if you have time to grant me, at least I will do what I can here to address this issue. We did not identify this as an existing nonconformity. That was presented to me, I think myself and Dave Weirbrick, one of our members, and our clients, when I had a pre-submission conceptual meeting with Aaron Moyer and Scott Maldonado. There may have been other staff members, but those are the two that I remember. It was they that informed me, well, I had a sketch here that, and what we're talking about is a parking setback from Wirtsville Road. We thought the parking setback was 20 feet. I don't know where we got that figure from. It might have been from a previous submission by an earlier firm. And we had noticed, our survey, we had noticed that the existing gravel parking was 18 feet from the edge of Wirtsville Road, or a 2-foot, in our estimation, a 2-foot nonconformity. I was informed by staff at that meeting in March, no, the actual setback is 25 feet, not 20. And we said, okay, fair enough. And I had brought in a sketch pulling that parking back. And I was told, no, don't do that, John, because that's an existing nonconformity. It didn't occur to me I didn't know the age of it. And that was the information we were provided by staff. I'm not saying staff was responsible for this, but I'm just stating facts here. So we left the parking in its current location up until this point today, because we felt it was, an existing nonconformity. Now, with HRG feeling this may be an illegal, in their words, an illegal nonconformity, we researched it. And we have some photographs we searched back through. First of all, our client says no, they never moved this gravel. And we researched back through aerial photography from actually about 1992 up to current today. And those are some of the exhibits I have. Now, if we can't show them, I apologize for that. It's just the nature of the technical situation here, but the sum total is that we firmly believe that the gravel was there since 2000, and they bought the property in 2005, I believe. Now, my clients are here to testify. And the photographic evidence we have to present to HRG and certainly to the board is that based on the photographic evidence, this line of gravel existed for about 20 some years. So I don't know, like I said, I'm just trying to say that, and why is this important? I came to you tonight, we had taken time to show you where this nonconformity is, show you the photographic evidence that confirms what my clients have told us, that they did not ever move this line of gravel. Our feeling is that it's a legitimate non-conforming line of gravel. They're not going to move it. any further to the road. But I came here tonight with an extra sketch to show you if we do move this back, what the implications are. Can we do it? Yes, we can. But at this stage of the day, of the game here, it does mean that we have to modify our stormwater plans once again. This cemetery started out as a very simple situation. That's what Mr. Moyer said. John, you've got a great plan. It's a simple thing. Keep it that. We'll keep it that way. What changed it is the discovery on the part of staff that there was extra gravel placed inside the lot, not along Wurtsville, but when Mr. Azim died I think in 2020, and he was granted burial rights, at some point his family scattered some gravel into the inside of into the internal part of the property to get to the gravesite. They did not check with the township on that. They just thought you could do that. And of course, it's more than 5,000 square feet, so that pushed this whole simple cemetery into a major stormwater permit. And I suppose my face says it all. It's just one of these things where in ordinance we try to conform to everything, but what starts out as a simple thing with a simple budget on the part of the client and certainly the part of my company develops into something that just balloons. And over the last 10 months, we've worked with HRG to try and iron these things out one at a time. Pardon my voice. So what I would like to do is, my intention here was to discuss with you the 3 or 4 items here that we've addressed in the terms of JJ's comments, to show you the evidence we have that we've amended the plans to, and I can mention 2 or 3 items here, which are the ones that are outstanding in his list. And again, though, if we don't have the graphics, it's just not going to help. So I feel quite honestly at a loss without the graphics. So, no, we quite honestly, we spent a lot of time putting this together, and the overview on my part here, folks, is this, that I came prepared feeling fairly reasonably comfortable that we had a good chance of requesting and perhaps being granted a conditional approval tonight. What I have here in front of me in our little memory stick would certainly support that. Without that, I don't know if it's fair to have you folks rely on my verbal rendition, honestly. So,
John, I just want to apologize for all of this.
No, these things happen.
Our standard person who does this is not
understand
here.
that.
So
I
we
understand.
do apologize that things are not flowing as they usually do.
I understand that. I certainly do, and I'm not holding anyone, it's just one of these things that happens.
But it's frustrating to you, and I understand.
Yes, and what's frustrating, I don't want to stand on this podium. What's frustrating me, and I'm not alone in this, is how these ordinances are getting so punitive. Let me just say a word on behalf of every consumer out there. And I think most people like my company that are asked to solve things for their clients, these ordinances are getting so expensive and so burdensome. And I realize it's all written, but that doesn't necessarily make it wholly written. And someone else said here, reset, use the word reset. Man, you could reset with some of these ordinance requirements, because everything now, even if you're trying to put up a garage, it's just, I've seen this over 45 years of our practice. It's just gotten crazy. And someone has to pull together to take a look at all this, and is it really worth it? And with the project we have here tonight, which is for the deceased, which do not create any impact, we have to talk about traffic, we have to talk about stormwater, we have to talk about all of this stuff. I realize the ordinance is there for good reasons.
John,
John, I
is this
think-
a sales pitch to run for state office? Because you got my vote.
Hell no.
John, I think your thing's up there. Is
Thank
it?
you. All right. Pardon my mild expression. All right, here's what we have. Can we zoom? No, well, you're a lovely lady. I'm asking, can you zoom in on this or not? So, atta girl. Okay, our current plan. Here, our current plan, we're gonna talk about this area here. Can you zoom in any more there, dear, or not? All right, here is that's perfect. All right, thank you very, very much. All right, there's a lot to look at, but just look at this here. And I hope my back isn't blocking anyone's view. Our current plan that we had before JJ shows what we've always had, and this is an existing parking that we will repave. That's all we're going to do. Earlier, we had there's an existing, I mentioned the gravel path that was put in when Mr. Azim passed away. Well, that was over here. We're taking that all out now. I'm showing you this because this is the current plan that JJ has to review. And there was here we put up a landscape, that's not what I want. Okay. And one of the comments, not necessarily from JJ, but from staff was this, they wanted to have some pine, the word was pine trees. I think the planning commission would prefer it. So we have changed that, this landscape, we have 100-foot of fence in here, and this existing landscaping we put in, this was more flowering because it's a cemetery, to be a nice backdrop for this. But we have modified this, you'll see in the subsequent plan, where we've put in pine trees and taken care of that. Now, what I was rabbiting on about is this right up in here, and I'm getting dry, but this line here is the 20-foot landscape buffer. The Amadea, our client, did plant some few things here at the time when this was done, and I will get to that. The setback, the actual setback, and so this was the green is the 20-foot buffer that we originally thought when I met with Aaron and Scott back in March of last year. We thought that was also the parking setback. We were corrected. It's actually this line here, this dash line, which is 25 foot. So the 2-foot encroachment that we had noted here through our survey is now a 7-foot encroachment, actually, okay? Can we go to the next slide, please? Next plan. And please just, yes, there you go. That's perfect. Zoom in a bit if you can, right over here. A little to the right, please. You're doing wonderfully, thank you. All right, here we've modified this. We put in, we pine, some pines that they wanted. These are eastern pine. They'll get very large. We've kept the fence along through here. JJ asked for, on behalf of the township, he asked us to, because the client had expressed a desire for a fancy wood fence here and also on the western boundary on the left side, out of this particular view, they had preferred a wooden fence. We have a comment that we've addressed. Yes, we will provide a long-term maintenance plan for that wood fence to address JJ's request. Or if the National decides to put up a vinyl, we'll tell you that they'll just give up and put vinyl along both sides. So we've addressed, that was one of the comments that I wanted to talk about tonight. Now, with respect, let's go to the next one, please. Okay, can you zoom in? Oh, that's the same one. Can we go, if you can, will I try, I have some, I think there's one more plan. Oh, no, this is the one, forgive me. No, all right, let's go back. I didn't see that parking relocation. I apologize. Zoom in at the same thing here. Okay, here's what we've done now. We have pulled this parking back to the 25-foot setback. As in fact, I had first shown Aaron and Scott back in March of last year. And they said, no, don't do that. And they were being helpful. They weren't trying to be anything but helpful. And it's a pre-existing, I was told it was a pre-existing nonconformity. It's been there for many years. So we can do this. We can pull this back. What it does is it's going to cost us money. It's going to cost us a fair bit because, as JJ will describe, you change anything in your stormwater requirements, and it's complicated in here because we're removing gravel, there's extra disturbance, so we can do it. I'm not necessarily complaining. We're doing this job at a huge loss anyway, to be quite blunt with you. And if we have to spend another $5,000 or something to make the stormwater all work to the last, tenth of a centimeter or something, we'll do it. So it's nothing we can't do. The question is, really, is it worth all the extra hassle? Would you go to the photographs, please, the next one? All right, here is a photograph I took last year. This is the existing, it looks the same today. This was taken last year. And maybe 2024.
John, which way is that facing? That's facing east?
This is, you're dead, yes, you are.
Okay.
We're looking east. There is a sign there, the Amadeus sign. There's a huge tree here, and there's some plantings that they put in. Now, planting, and they were here to testify. In 2000, they bought the property in 2005 or thereabouts. In 2012, when they were converting, they started converting a garage. This is a small family now. This is not a major Almadea prayer center. Their major center is not far from my office in Harrisburg. It's on Division Street. They bought a lovely old Lutheran church, and I was part of that when they purchased that. But anyway, so this is where you are looking east, and the boundary is right where those trees actually are not on our property. They are on the neighboring properties, the adjoiner's land. There is a sign here, this Amadeus sign they put in. And I started to say that in 2012, they retained either Darwood Associates or Boney himself to do a plan for their accessible parking, which he did. And as I remember, I've seen it, but we don't have a copy of it. It was, I think, a hand-drawn thing that he had done for and they can talk about that. So let's go to the next photograph, please. And I know this is making a big deal out of something that appears to be nothing, but please, folks, on behalf of my staff that's agonized through this whole thing, this whole project. Here's a shot from, these are Google Earth images from 2007. Now, that is just 2 years after they purchased the property. There are some cars parked here. I don't think they were using this for prayer yet. There's the house there. There is the eventual prayer center, which was a garage that they have subsequently converted. There's a pavilion here that will come down, and which is all in our current plan. There was a gravel path that came down around here, and this is long before Mr. Azim died. And this is where, and I'm not trying to be forensic here, but again, I hope this is a benefit to everybody, because there are a lot of people that have to go through this kind of stuff to try and. Here is the house. There is a shadow line there. When you look at this edge of that gravel and you project it, and we've blown this up, and I can't do this here now, but trust me, we've blown this up, And when you project that line, it comes up north of that shadow line of the house. Next photograph, please. That's 2007. Now here's 2012, and there's some glare on this. But this is the time, about the time when Mr. Dawood assisted them with this parking layout. I wouldn't stand up here and make a fool out of myself by telling you a fib. So please understand that when I tell you, here is a sign that they had, there's that Amadeus sign that they had put up by this time in 2012. You folks can't see it, but there is a tonal change from here, which is grass, to here below, which is gray gravel. You can pick it up when you blow this up and you look at it under a magnifying glass. Okay, you won't see it. You can't blow this image up, but please take my word as being honest. So there's a line about right here where it is to this day. Next slide, please. That's 2012. This is 2016, and if you will zoom over there again, I'm sorry we have this light glare on the image here, but there is the sign, and there is another line that's just this side to the south of that white sign. Next, and this is 2016. I think it was 16. And you'll notice down here, it's hard to see, but we could see the beginnings of where they were painting for the, there's a blue spot here for the handicap. They were starting to do some work here on that. Go to the next slide. 2020, and you zoom down. And by this time, all right, stop there, please. And by this time, if you just go to the left a little bit and up or down, please. That's right. You'll start seeing some striped lines here. And it was repaved, we assume, according to the Dawood plan. And you can see the gravel. There is the gravel line. Now, this is a closer shot, and it's still clipping. It's still here. That line is south of that sign. Next one, please. 2024, this was one. And there we are again. There is this line. It's gravel. This has not been paved. This is the gravel. All this here is grass. And if you look closely, you can see a few shrubs and plants that the community, the small congregation planted here, I think in probably response to that Dawood plan and this plan was submitted and approved by the township in 2012. Next, and I think the next one is the beginning photograph. What's the next one, Letta? Well, pardon me, I could use an adult beverage.
Or two.
All right. So here we are, folks. There he is. Okay, I took this myself, little Johnny with his phone. And okay, so there we are. So that line has been there. JJ wouldn't know that. I can't expect him to know that. But is this an illegal nonconformity? It's been a nonconformity that's been there for a long time. So my question is, do you want us to pull this back a year after we got all our engineering done, after we spent 5 times on this project what we thought we would? Do you want us to do it? I'll do it. But is it really worth the effort? We can go back to those plans, and I'll leave that up to your engineer if you want. But
John, when did you first find out that was illegal, or were you told? That
I mentioned I'm sorry Scott's not here, but my best guess is March 24th. Don't hold me to the exact
this
date.
last year.
It was last year we came in. I think Farida was here. Huh? Yeah, it was 25. Yeah. Last
Okay.
year. Yeah, and so, when I had this sketch, I'd pull it back just thinking, and then I was told not to. I was urged not to. Okay, I listened to staff. Now, I didn't know this, no one knew this thing would Aaron's not here. Scott's not here. JJ's looking at the plan. He's saying, there's something's not right here. So all I know is these folks have been on this property since 2005. Take their word for it. If they put gravel there, they tell you that. They told you they put the gravel over to her dad's grave. And boy, have they paid for it. And I know I'm on a soapbox here, but what possible good does it do to go back 5 years and penalize people who put some gravel on a 5-acre piece to get to a grave site? And it's just scattered gravel with grass growing up. It's not 6 inches of gravel. And yet we have to treat this like it's impervious, like it's this. Does that make sense to anybody? That's why people like older guys like me and women like me that have been doing this, you're just getting fed up. I didn't go to college, didn't go to university. I didn't get 2 degrees. I'm licensed in 9 states, 3 countries. I didn't go through all that to have this kind of nonsense. I'm sorry. That's just, I'm old enough. I can speak my piece. I hope it does some good to you folks who were charged with these ordinances. Ordinances are evolving. What you have now is punitive in so many regards. So anyway, back to the item at hand. So our issue is, I think it's a legitimate nonconformity. You tell me if you want us to move it. That was one comment that JJ had. He had a comment, provide a 20-foot landscape strip. We've taken care of that per discussion with the Planning Commission. Provide required long-term maintenance for newly proposed wooden fence. Additionally, the Planning Commission recommended the screening adjacent to the proposed parking area be comprised mostly of pine trees. So we've done that. As a landscape architect, I don't think a pine tree is best in that location, but fair enough, we'll do it. Question 3, address the requirement of sidewalk and curb with the board. The applicant shall discuss this with the Board of Supervisors. We request a deferral on sidewalk and curb at such point in time as Wurtsville Road wants curb and PennDOT will put up the curb and sidewalk. And you, at some point in the future, fine, but not now. We ask for a deferral of that. JJ has a comment about the traffic. He's simply asking the fair share contribution shall be addressed prior to plan approval. We have had discussions with staff. We aren't generating any traffic. Who knows how many funerals there'll be? There's been 1 in 5 years. How many cemeteries do you know are burying 5 people a week? I don't think you're going to find one. So the traffic here, in discussions with JJ and other staff, I think at some point JJ suggested, well, maybe we're exempt. I'll let him speak on that. All I can tell you is that our clients will entertain whatever's fair and reasonable, but it's the town, it has up to you people to decide, well, what is that in the case of a cemetery? There's nothing in your ordinance about a cemetery other than you can get a conditional use for it. So the plans, if you've looked at them, our latest plans, if we have the again, forgive my dryness here. It's used as a prayer center. 3 times, no, that's, God love you. Cheers.
I don't know if there's anything adult in there, John, but it's something.
Sorry, it's just water.
Empty, right, John?
Well, I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate you letting an older guy just sort of vent, but it's from the heart. It really is, okay? Because I've won design competitions in Switzerland, England. These are big things. These are 4,000 homes. These are 10,000 people. State College, we won a national design competition for 175 acres of state. Why do I say this? Because that's what I wanted to do when I founded this business, not to mess around with little stuff like this. It's crazy. Anyway, back to this. So back to the traffic. Whatever the fair share contribution is, you tell us what it's to be. I started to say our plans show that there are less than, well, let's say 15 trips a day when they have prayer session. Let me tell you about their prayer sessions. I'm a Christian. Most Christian, well, my mother was Catholic, my dad was Lutheran, we became Presbyterian. Most churches, Christian churches, have several masses, or maybe 2 masses or 2 services in a given Sunday. Not these folks. They use this 3 times a day for a short prayer session, separated by hours. Those hours change a little bit by minutes according to their Islamic calendar. But by and large, are 3 a day. They come at the same time. They worship for a short period of time. They'll tell you it's minutes. It's not like an hour, hour and a half for a good mass. And then they exit. And no one comes in for another 3 or 4 hours until they repeat that. So that is how this has been used since 2005 or 7, when they started to utilize the property. The house has been used occasionally for a missionary or 2. Not steadily. They come and go, and there are periods when they don't have anyone in that house. But that's the basic use of the property is that converted garage, which is, heavens, about that corner of this building here. It's 20 by 16 by 16, something like that. So for this huge worshiping edifice, what kind of traffic do we have to do? Traffic payment do we have to pay?
John, if I could just ask maybe a question on that. And JJ, we're referring to the trip generation, the trip fee, right?
So specifically, what Mr. Melham is referencing was part of the conditional use application for this plan. It stated as part of the review that a fair share contribution shall be made based on, the produced traffic for traffic improvements to Wurtsville Road.
So why wasn't it objective based on the trip count?
It can be.
Okay.
We haven't
It
received.
feels really open, like fair share. I agree. Like, why wouldn't it just be the standard?
It can be.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the standard?
And JJ, I thought we had a threshold you had to meet before you even had to do that. If you were generating 10 trips a day or a nominal amount, I thought we didn't.
That is correct, and that's what Mr. Melham was referencing, and which I pointed Mr. Melham to.
And you can
that
call
there
me
is-
John. It makes me feel younger. Would you please? All right.
What John pointed me to, or I pointed John to, was that there is a de minimis impact as part of the trip generation.
But it's part of the conditional approval, so that's why we're stuck on what does fair share mean.
Yeah.
Because you're saying objectively they wouldn't really.
I mean, I think once an analysis is provided that can be reviewed, we can have a discussion on what fair share is, and based on those traffic counts. So I think to be determined on that. I don't think necessarily a fair share contribution needs to be the reason that this plan is either approved or not approved. It could be addressed subject to staff and engineering comments.
Thank you. That's exactly what I thought I would hear from you. I appreciate it. Let's get to, there's one item here. He had one in stormwater. I think you and Dave have gotten along with stormwater. I think there's no further issue of any great size or anything.
No, I don't have any concern with stormwater.
And I'll just mention this because JJ has been good enough, and he's not alone in this. We have questioned in some cases, well, what's wrong if your infiltration is quicker than 24 hours? And we had a little discussion with JJ, and I think in the end he agreed. He's not alone on that. We're finding that in some other townships and other states that we've worked in, they start realizing, wait a minute, the guidelines of maximum 72 and minimum 24, what's wrong with 22 or 16 if a site infiltrates? And I told you folks when we had a conditional use back in, thank you, was it 21? I don't even know. That, that we talked about this site, it drains, whatever it is, it drains internally very well. You walk through that site and there's a low spot that comes through the middle, and there's a couple of wetlands that we've identified in the wetland area. But the curious thing is if you go down to the south side of this site, there's no real visible drainage. The bottom, the middle of the site is now high at the southern end where that fiber optic easement comes across. And there's no real drainage course leaving the site. It's all draining, and it's a unique part about this particular piece of property. So anyway, stormwater is taken care of with the approval of JJ. The one thing I do want to discuss is one of our waiver requests. JJ has asked, and I don't fault him for asking this, although I take issue with it, but I don't fault him. He's asked that we conform the existing driveway be widened. He asked specifically that the radii coming down the drive and radiusing around, or the arc coming around to the edge of pavement of Wurtsville Road be 30 feet minimum. We don't have that. Now this driveway goes back surely to the age of that house, which must be in the 40s. I really don't know, but it's certainly, it predates the 50s. Why do I say that? The Pennsylvania Highways Act, I think, was 1978. And that's what set up, that's before my time here. But that set up, must have set up part of PennDOT, or what's now PennDOT, and probably the whole permitting process of HOPs. So this is a historic entrance. The pavement, we tracked, although we didn't put them on the video because the earlier photographs are so muddy, but we tracked this back to 1992 today. I got it all here. But the driveway itself hasn't changed, hasn't widened. Nor does it need to be. These people haven't changed their use since they bought it, since Mr. Azim bought the property, conveyed it to the church upon his death. It isn't going to change from this point on. The only change, they're not going to have more worshipers here. It's simply this somewhat limited family. JJ correctly mentions that it's not wide enough for two-way traffic. Have you had a chance to read what I wrote for our waiver request on this? Let me read this to you. The existing driveway has been functioning satisfactorily for at least 25 years, as evidenced by the stability of the paved arcs. Vehicles have kept within the pavement with no rutting of adjacent ground. Go by there and you'll see. The following aspects of this entrance contribute to this stability. First and foremost, this is at a high point. If you know where the entrance is, Wurtsville 944 is dead straight, both directions. This is at a high point, not near a high point, the high point. So your sight distance either way we haven't measured it, but it's 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, got to be something like that. You want us to survey it, we'll survey it, but it's a long, long ways. That contributes to its history of being safe. The driveway meets PennDOT's minimum use driveway criteria, where use is limited to less than 25 vehicles per day. That won't change with the advent of a burial. Most residential driveways fit within this classification, which is a minimum use driveway. Probably your driveway and my driveway is minimum use. And PennDOT's dimensional requirements list ranges rather than absolutes or musts. PennDOT lists widths of 10 to 20 feet being acceptable, and radial arcs being anywhere from 5 feet to 55 feet in radius. Why 55 feet? Those of us like JJ and myself, 55 feet is the radius for tractor trailers to come into a driveway. That's where the rear tires will clip if you're tighter than 55 feet. How many semis go up your driveway? None. You're not going up this driveway either. Most driveways have smaller radii, typically 8 to 15 feet. I dare say if you look at yours, it's going to be probably in that range. And the 55 arc would only be needed for a tractor trailer rig to stay within the paved area. The ongoing use of this subject driveway has been as a small prayer center for a few local Ahmadiyya Muslim families, using a small converted garage structure for 3 daily prayer sessions with an occasional missionary in residence. There isn't a missionary now, but at some point they may have another one. Numbers of daily visitors have been provided to confirm the actual cars per day are at most 15. But a more significant aspect of this is that the few cars all enter at the same time and leave at the same time. And because these daily prayer times are hours apart, there is no two-way traffic movement within the driveway. That's why this thing has functioned so well without anybody backing out into 944, anyone having to wait for someone to exit. It's a unique situation. And a few weeks ago at the Planning Commission, I thought we had everybody convinced that we had a fair argument. Until the last gentleman said, it's Wirtsville Road. We don't have enough intersections on Wirtsville. I think is what he said. You don't have enough intersections on Wirtsville Road. Should be upgraded. And the Planning Commission voted with him. I don't see the sense of it. I don't see the need of it. They buried Mr. Azim. They came to you, I think it was at Christmas Eve 5 years ago, and this township graciously gave permission. And I mean that very sincerely. It was a family in distress, wanted to bury under Pennsylvania law. I think I've told you before, you can bury yourself on your own property. There's no law against it. But you had a codicil. All right, we'll grant this, but come back with a conditional use and have a decent cemetery. That's what they're trying to do. But the cost of all this, and now if we have to deal with PennDOT for an entrance that doesn't have to be widened for the purpose for which we're going to be using it, that is our waiver request. That was the one thing in JJ's comments that it goes into this waiver request. It was the one thing we chose not to comply with, to come to you and say, listen, do we really have to do that at this point in time? I'm sorry to be so distraught. I really am. But this thing has taken a lot out of me. It has. You know, I mean, I've done cemeteries before. I never had anything like this. If you ever get to Zurich, go to Uetliberg Cemetery. Well, Mellem designed part of that, and it's beautiful. It's on the side of the mountain there, not too far from the airport. It was easy. It was fun. It was huge. So I have that in my past upon which to weigh this. And that, I hope, explains my angst, frankly, you know, and my coming to you to plead for like an entrance like this, rather than, they have a limited budget. They want to build a small cemetery to honor their promise to you. But they get sidetracked by the biggest thing now in that plan. If you want to bring up that plan, the biggest thing in that plan now is a stormwater basin that didn't have to be there. Did not have to be there. But because of the ordinances and because of the way DEP writes all this stuff, he's charged with enforcing it We're charged with complying with it, but it doesn't make any sense. Can you want to bring up that plan so these people can see what I'm talking about? That's the most expensive thing in there. And all it's going to do is drain internally like the site currently is. Because we're not putting in any impervious. They're grave sites. 1 or 2 or 5 a year, maybe, in 3 or 4 years from now, it's in the hands of the Almighty. So anyway, I hope I've given you an interesting evening.
John, could I, over here,
Yeah.
Solicitor Schultz, maybe a couple questions. Back to that non-conforming use of the gravel area. What is the earliest you were able to identify that existed there?
Certainly, we're limited by the legibility of the photographs. And the ones from, which I have, I think I gave them to Laura here.
Yeah, that's okay. I just
The
need.
ones from 92, the
92.
earliest available were 92, but they're so blurry you can't. So to answer you is fairly, I could see definitively in 2007 under magnifying glass, excuse me. I can tell you from that point, that gravel is where it is to this day.
2007 may not help us. I'm
2 years.
trying to walk you through
I
maybe
don't know
potential.
I don't know the date of when that, if you're getting to, I understand if you're getting to the date of when the setback was, I don't know.
Well, I pulled up the ordinances, so I know. Because I have all the historic ordinances here. I don't have the zoning maps. I'm assuming the zoning hadn't changed. What was when your clients, when did your clients acquire the property?
05.
And what was the principal use at that time?
You like to? Farida, all right.
Hi, Farida.
Farida Ahmad. I live at 6 White Birch Ave. That house, it was a house, and that's what it was used for. And I think because I used to pass by there, I've been in this township for 45 years. We moved here in 1981. And when we used to pass by it, I always saw that gravel there. And that's going back to 81.
So that gravel pre-existed?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, okay.
And we purchased this in 2005.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to walk us to. So the 25 feet is a requirement, under the specific requirements for, it was at one time churches and other similar uses. It's now places of worship more generally, but that has been consistent, at least I think back to 1999. But that's just for places of worship. It sounds like that gravel was there prior to it being used as a place of worship. So I would say that's, and there's no such setback for a residential use like that for that parking area in the zoning ordinances going back to then. So I would say that is a non-conforming use. So that should address that issue, that it can remain in that setback where it is as long as it's not extended further into that setback.
I mean, we haven't changed it since we've had
Yeah.
it, so.
Yeah.
And we didn't need to change anything because we learned over the years that you should come in here and find out
You know,
exactly what you're
I'm
going to
gonna
do.
tell you something. I tell all my clients when they're going to be on the stand, once you get the answer that you want, you just stop talking.
I've talked plenty, and I think I've covered the germane things, haven't I, JJ? All right. The rest of the waivers, if you want to discuss those, you've given me more time than I probably deserve tonight, but I thank you very much on behalf of our clients.
Thanks, John. I think probably, yeah, the biggest one is the access drive. It's probably the one that the
Oh.
board would want to discuss the most. Sorry, I'm up here.
Yeah, okay, access drive, right.
Maybe, yeah, if anybody wanted to ask questions or comment on that one.
That is a main concern for me. I realize the use and like you're saying, you're arriving at the same time, leaving at the same time, but you do have 275 plots there. So could there
No, we
be
don't.
people?
No,
Isn't
we
there-
don't.
It's not on the plan?
No, it's-
75?
We
Could
we
be.
don't have them yet. That is, yes, that is the desired, yes. That's, and I'm not trying to be cute. That's if there's any money left over to do any grading for these things. But yes, the maximum build out, forgive me, interments would be 275. In reality, it's going to be less than that because of trees and various things that, you know, you only want to be so close to another gravesite. So,
So Mike.
now when that happens, I understand what you're saying. I think that my clients can attest to you for the board, the size of their cortege, if you will, or their typical burials, how many people are involved, how long they are there. I think they can, I'll let you ask those questions of them. But again, I stress that, you know, I go past the cemetery on Westville Road there, and of course, on their west side, they have, is it a Baptist church with a cemetery? How often do you see people coming and go there? That cemetery's been there a long time. There's got to be a couple hundred graves in there. What's the one? Is it St. Paul's on
Stone Church.
Stone Church with that's, I mean, how, you know, right on Westville Road there, how often do you see, I go past there twice a day on my commute. And I can't tell you when I've seen a cortege of more than one car. So I ask you, and you look yourself, there are other cemeteries around. So when you honestly ask me in good faith, well, 275 graves, well, yeah, 275 graves, once this thing is designed and built, it won't be occupied by 100 graves, probably for 50 years. So
John, I don't want to speak for Laura, but what do we do if that does happen and we do have a problem and we miss the opportunity, right? I think, because none of us can really predict, and sorry, I didn't mean to cut in, but I'm just saying,
I have an answer for you.
what the actual outcome is going to be.
I have an answer for you.
Okay, sorry.
And I think, and this answer isn't necessarily one that the township has to be the police on. Any entity, any enterprise, any private family, any responsible entity, let's put it that way, that has a dangerous situation at their entrance is going to do something about it so they're not sued. You know, you have to come back to the common sense of who's running something like that. If they had had problems with this over their course of their 20-some years, that would have been the first thing they told me. John, we got problems here. There are people that turn around there. They're wrong way. I've heard nothing of that. I've not heard anything from the police, from Chief Romenstein, of any accidents out there. So, you know, one can always say, what if? Well, you can't legislate everything. You have to, I think if at some point, if there was a problem, if there were two-way traffic, they would widen that for their own sake. They don't want to have a problem. I mean, you know, people are responsible. And I think that's a satisfactory answer. That's what you would do. That's what I would do. That's what they would do. Fix it.
Go ahead, Laura.
But it's not a problem right now. So why spend whatever it has to do with a PennDOT HOP and widening and, you know, there's a drain inlet right there at the left side of the arc. JJ's seen that. He knows, oh, well, we widen that arc. We got to move that thing. And then where does that discharge go? And you get into another, one thing leads to another.
If it's okay. I just want to make sure the rest of the board I know where you stand on it. I appreciate your response on it.
Yeah, what I was actually thinking of was more that don't people come to visit the gravesite of someone once they're buried? And that to me, you when you have a funeral ceremony, you come in together and you leave together. When you have the prayer times, you come in and leave together. But if there are people visiting their relatives there, that could cause two-way traffic. My concern is I don't want to delay this plan anymore. I know I've talked to Farida many times. I know how hard they've been working to get this plan through. I don't want to cause great expense. But the fear is, to me, what if there is an accident on Wardsville Road and someone loses their life? And there's something that we could have done because they're backed up because there's not enough room to get in the parking or
I could
even
co-
just turn, you know, that's a
Laura, I
concern.
could counter that with, you widen the road, you spend 40, with PennDOT and widening that road, 40, 50 grand, easy, easy. Permitting, reviews, whatever.
$40,000-$50,000
I bet
to
you.
do
We,
that.
see, ask your engineer. Have we priced it? No, we haven't. But I know dealing with PennDOT is not quick. It's not easy. You have to, they want inspections. You have to have traffic control. Do you know that? So let's say it's widened. Who's to say you're not going to still have an accident? Because people are people, irrespective of the width. Sometimes a safer approach is a narrower approach, a curving approach, because it slows people down. That's the whole thing about traffic calming. It's coming back from having 40-foot wide cartways. Now we're going slower. We're having more curves. We're having, having speed bumps, whatever you want, roundabouts, all this kind of stuff. Same thing with the driveway. So all I can tell you is if a problem comes up, if someone feels endangered, they will take care of it. They're not going to come to the township. What's the township going to do? They have to pay for it. So if my clients would like to address your comments on how many come to and how often to worship the departed, please do.
I actually have a question for JJ. Being that it's an existing driveway now, the sight lines are already established.
Correct.
With PennDOT. The existing driveway, according to the plans, is 15 feet.
Correct.
To create two-way traffic, I would say it needs to be roughly 22 feet, so you have to add 7 feet.
Minimum ordinance requirement for access drives, two-way traffic without parking is 24 feet.
Okay, 24. So you have to add, would that be 9 feet?
Correct.
But forgive my interruption. I again remind you of PennDOT's own standards for minimum use driveways. Their own numerical standards and the ranges that they have. This thing complies totally with that.
Okay, I guess my question is, do you know what what the cost would be here with PennDOT to submit for this application to widen this road that's already existing? Is it?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily comfortable with speaking on how much it would cost to permit. I can potentially talk about cost to construct. I think that would probably be in the $10,000 to $20,000 range. Permitting would vary greatly depending on, internal design fees for Melham Associates, but construction cost probably in the 10 to 20,000 range.
And roughly, could you tell me how long it would take to get that permit once you apply?
Permitting usually takes 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
JJ, do you concur the use would meet PennDOT specs?
For a minimum use driveway, is that what
minimum? Would you agree it's minimum?
I mean, I think there would probably have to be some justification provided by Melham and Associates on traffic counts to confirm it meets that minimum use justification. So potentially unknown at this point.
I appreciate what you're saying. You don't have data to.
Correct.
Okay.
I think we could provide data. I think the client could provide honest data as to how often. That's what they gave us. How many times do they pray? Do they gather? For how long? And is anyone opposing? Is there any opposing traffic? And there isn't. Pure and simple. I mean,
David, Harry, you have any?
And with respect, I'm going to say something else here, and please take this. I mean, every time we do talk about costs, every time we do a bonding estimate, let's say it's 100,000, we send it to HRG, and whatever machinations they do and their calculations, it's usually 60% added, sometimes doubled. And I can go on and on with it, not just with JJ, not just with Silver Spring Township, many townships. We send them an estimate based on contractors' bids, say it's 200,000. They jack it up to 300, 310, 320. And they're not the only ones who do that. So when you start talking about construction costs and all, with the greatest respect, you're saying 10 to 20,000 for construction. Does that include traffic control? Does that include all signaling, all that kind of stuff? Inspections? Nah, you go through that in a flash.
Dave?
Yeah, John, I had a question for you. On your plan, there's a area it shows, it says topsoil stockpile, which I assume was the spoils from when they skinned out to put the driveway in. When they do a burial, I think I had asked this before, what, when they had been in previously, if they have excess, soil from the internment,
No.
where are they going to?
They don't. You have very, very little because they're buried, the deceased is buried with a shroud. There's no container, there's no vault. It's basically just, they'll dig it down 6 feet down, they'll position the body to face towards Mecca, usually on the side, as far as I've been told, and they backfill the deceased. Simple as that. So there is, over time, of course, that will settle, like most grave sites. If there's a little left over, I suppose they'll scatter that around the site. Incidentally, we did get, JJ, we did get our county conservation approval. I will send you, our staff will send you we just got that a couple of days ago. All right?
Sounds good.
Okay, the other question, John, one of the other times they were in, there was a neighbor to the rear of the property or to the
To the
southwest
west.
that had an issue with, there was, I guess, the view shed, or there was something to do with vegetation that had been removed. Is there going to be any kind of buffering?
Oh, I want to address that one. If you have our plans, you will see photographs in there that we provided. Because that, and I'll let my clients speak on that because they spoke very eloquently at the time of the conditional use. But since that conditional use, that owner had deliberately, and it's on his property, and we have a photograph of it, he filled, there's a low spot, there's a low spot at the northern, can you bring that plan up?
The first one, John?
Well, here, this is fine.
Okay.
There is a low spot in through over here. The property line is all wood, solid woods, as you know. This is that gravel path that goes down to Mr. Azim's grave. But over here is the boundary line. And they filled, and I took a picture of it, and it's in our plan set that that you've reviewed. And it shows what this gentleman did. He backfilled there, and he tore the trees down. They were on his property. He tore them down, and he backs his trailers right smack on the property line, and they are elevated because he filled it. Did he get a permit for that? One wonders. And he filled it, I think, probably 6 or 7 feet from the cemetery side. So you have, the photograph shows the backs of these trailers right there. And we're supposed to screen that. And I'm not being sarcastic, on our landscape plan, you'll see all the trees and things we put in there to screen his discretion. So I please refer you back to that plan set because you haven't. I assume it's in there.
I just remember that being a source of contention. One of the people that were in attendance at night had brought up. So I'd asked about that, but you do have screening in on your property. Okay.
Yes, at the time of, after the granting of the conditional use, they planted, we counted them there. I forget, they're very small. Some of them are only 8 feet. Some of them are only like that because they planted a whole row of, I'm sorry, I can't remember if it's 60 some, all right, of arborvitae, but arborvitae don't do well in dense shade like that. And you have deer there, and deer will make a
They
bunch.
eat it.
Yeah, so, but what we have on our landscape plan there, and if you want to open that plan to look at that photograph, it shows exactly what I'm talking about with this neighbor to the west.
As long as you made an attempt, that was the last question I have. The type of gravel you used on the parking area and any stone drives, it's just what, conventional 2A modified?
Appears to be 2A. Yeah,
Okay,
two-
that's
yeah,
all I have.
yeah. Isn't that funny? The same stone that we use for drainage becomes impervious when you know.
John, you're on a roll tonight, my friend.
John,
Tell us how you feel, John. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
John, here,
I'm gonna drive my sports car.
you can have this back. Um, I guess this was probably a couple months ago, a planning commission member asked a question that was never answered. And the question is, and I'm not sure if it's a state law or not, but when you bury someone, they need to be encased.
No.
That's not
No.
correct.
No, the whole, this whole, this is the second conditional use. I got the conditional use for the cemetery for the Orthodox Church a few years ago. But this, this is what they call green burials. And green burials are non-denominational. They're interdenominational. I mean, a lot of people are going into that because studies, and there's a green burial council that I talked about back when we were in the conditional use. I learned a lot from those people. They've researched it, and the whole aspect of a body buried this way, after about 5 weeks, there's virtually nothing left. It's amazing. It goes back to Mother Earth. So there's no embalming, there's no concrete. The only reason for concrete encasements or for a vault was to keep the grave from subsiding. Yeah, that was the only real reason for it over time. Unless maybe part of it was a religious thought that, well, granddad, he's intact, he's there. Maybe there's some solace in that, but the truth of it is, no, there's nothing wrong with green burial. It's approved in, I think, all the states now. There were 2 or 3 holdouts 5 years ago. I haven't checked, but I'm sure it's all permitted. There's no leachate from the body, just natural body. No embalming fluids. All they do is wash, as I've explained to Laura in that email, and it's not just Muslims. Jews are the same, and other religions probably too. I don't know about Buddhist and Shinto and all that, but I think natural burial has been used for eons. So there's nothing wrong with it. Totally.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, I think we have to get to a decision on the drive. That's probably the most outstanding item. Yeah, you were gonna add some context, yeah.
Just one context I wanted to add. My name's Zafar Ahmed. I'm at 7016 Virtual Road. Just wanted to say, when we are coming and going at the same time, also, all the vehicles are turning right when we're leaving, so no one's going left. And then when we're coming in, yeah, we're turning in left, but we're all leaving right. And it would be the same thing for a funeral, probably procession. We're all just trying to go back to 81. So no one's going up to like Perry County or going up that way.
Okay, thanks.
John, there were a couple of comments the planning commission members made that they wanted added to the plan, and we noticed that they weren't added to the plan.
Oh.
The one was about the fence must be maintained in good condition, just to have a note on the plan.
We have that. We have a maintenance plan. I mentioned earlier we would have yes, that was not on, we promised to do that, and we will.
Okay.
Either a long-term maintenance, or if the national says we'll use vinyl, save some money.
The national group.
They have some funding from the national. That does not mean the national is flush. Their national is not like our national government, obviously. So, and like any church group, they have to vie for precious funds, and you have to use those within a certain period of time. So, anyway.
Okay, so that's coming from them as to what the substance of the fence will be.
You'll be taking
but-
any comments in there will be taken care of. We'll submit them to JJ for his review.
Revise the term voluntary setback to make
Well,
clear
that's
that
we
the 30-foot setback was not voluntary. That's on a different part of the plan, right? We're not talking about the 25-foot from the road. What was that?
Well, you know, that is,
It's on the west.
I guess we would like direction on that.
JJ, can you help me out with that?
This is the setback on the eastern portion of the site, is that?
No, sir. Yeah, it would be on the setback from Wurtsville Road. Where we talked about up. Can you give me that other plan, please, Willetta? Oh, that, it's
There.
I guess the question has to be, thank you very much. Yes, it's here, JJ, up back in here, this area. I guess it has to be resolved. Is that was it an illegal
Oh.
encroachment?
No, this isn't, that's the wrong one. It's,
That's-
I think, I'm not sure what we can pull up there, but it's on, John, it's on page, C 4.0 of the plan.
4.0?
Yeah,
Can I borrow your plan?
It's on the west property line.
yeah, it's on the western side.
Oh, okay, I see, yeah, that's,
John,
Sorry, what is it?
It's about,
That's-
about 2/3 of the way south.
yeah, that's just clarifying. I believe the minimum setback for burial sites per the ordinance is 20 feet. However, the applicant seems to be proposing a 30-foot setback.
Yeah, we
for the
self-impose,
burial.
we self-impose that at the conditional use, which predated you, all right? But that's what we set that 30-foot, and we're holding to it.
Okay, I think that was just, it was noted on the plan as voluntary and they wanted it changed to make it that it was not voluntary. But you've
No, it's
already
not
said
voluntary.
you've agreed with that. So it was just a notation to be changed on the plan.
It was voluntary, but it's definite. We have that as a definite setback. So it's not, there's not an option in it.
Okay.
It was voluntary on our part, but it's firm.
Okay.
Right. And John, you didn't have any issue with those few comments from the planning commission, I assume?
No.
Based on that discussion?
No.
So if it's conditioned on.
No,
Yeah.
AJ will see, we've already addressed
Yeah.
those in our plan.
Yep.
Okay, that's all. I'm just trying to represent what the planning commissioners did and what they were asking for. So that's all. I'm just trying to make sure that,
Thank you. You made me smile for the first time tonight.
well,
Oh.
I can understand that this ordinance is overwhelming even to me to look at it. I can understand that it's overwhelming. We don't want to make you guys jump through all these hoops.
And less people, you know, and just a friendly thing. JJ mentioned design fees. Melvin, was it design fees? His review fees are more than our design fees on this. Now, I'm not blaming him, but that's a fact.
John, I'm about to give you the same advice I gave Farida earlier.
Cause you know he's gonna go to the attorney's fees after that.
Yeah, how do you guys charge 400 an hour? I just don't know.
I don't charge the township 400 an hour, John.
Yes. I know you don't.
And you got some free time, they got some free time, overlap time tonight too, while I was going through those ordinances, so.
Okay.
All right.
No, but your question, no, well, there's nothing there that we take issue with. It was just the driveway and that setback that we feel was not illegal. We felt it was historic.
Well, John, I'm going to make your evening. I'm going to make a motion that we approve all of the waivers requested.
Yeah, but what are these guys going to say about it?
Well, I make the motion if someone wants to second it, and then we'll vote on it.
Okay.
We'll see.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Just for the waiver.
Just for the waivers, okay.
I'll second it.
Mark second. All in favor of the waivers, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any.
Thank you.
That motion carries. And then look for a motion on the
And I'll make a motion,
preliminary final. Go ahead.
make a motion to approve the final plan, provided that the planning commission or that those, Sean, can you please talk for me? I'm sorry, it's after 10 or almost then.
Condition upon compliance with the planning commission comments along with staff and engineering comments.
Oh,
Because I
okay.
think there wasn't, once we resolve the other issues, it's all fine.
What he said.
All right, motion on the table from Laura. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mark second, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any, that motion carries.
My wife is going to be so pleased when I tell her, really. And on behalf of, why don't you give them a thank you?
She might be asleep, John.
John, you're a man of few words, I'll tell you that.
Apologize to the young, there's something on the agenda, so I apologize, but thank you all very much.
Thanks, guys. We'll move on to Sunrise Land Holdings. This is a construction modification. Sir, thanks for hanging in with us.
Hello, Rob Nylinger. I live at 1172 Morningstar Court, Mechanicsburg. John's going to be representing me tonight, I think. John.
He only charged $400.
He's worth it. So I own and operate Silver Spring Personal Care Home in Mechanicsburg, and it's basically a nursing home for older folks. And the last time I was here was asking, like a long time ago, I think some of you guys were here to get approval. So we built it. And I just want to say everything with the township was great through the construction. I haven't seen you guys since. So I rave pretty much to you guys, to everyone that come in contact with my experience for construction. We've been full for basically on and off for the last 6 to 8 months. I think our place has been full. Over this last snow, every single room was filled. We didn't have any room for staff to stay in, so we had to bring in beds for them to sleep on the floor. In the past, so you guys, we've been here before, I guess. You guys have seen the drawings and stuff. I didn't bring drawings. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to add that the impervious area that we created with these like decorative stone beds has been accounted for in our stormwater management and approved by the engineer for the township. We've corrected some overlap of when staff was coming over lunch, so now they come in at 3 and switch out versus noon when lunch is busy and we get a lot of guests during lunch. The stone overlay areas have, they're stabilized with dust-free. It's just river rock basically. And it meets the dust-free ordinance. And right now, so I go there every single day, usually between the 12 and 2 time frame. And some of these areas are used at times, but really we have no issues with parking on our place at all. And we have been full for the last 6 to 8 months. So I feel confident that this slight issue does help the situation at times, but there's no issue now. And I even can park in the parking space now when I go there, so I don't feel there's any issues. And some of the areas along the main drive going in, people would park in the grass anyway, and then it created mud, they'll go on the street. So those decorative stone beds, if they happen to park there, doesn't track mud in around. But that's basically all I have. Not as good as John at speaking. But.
Thanks, Rob. Comments? Go ahead, Dave.
JJ, question for you. That river stone, that's a rounded, smooth stone. What holds that in place from it being kicked into either the asphalt or the gravel?
Yeah, I believe
the grass?
there's 2 layers of stone. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there's a sub base of 2A, and then there's the river stone on top.
But the river stone's different sizes too. So
yeah, so there could be some interlocking there, and I'm assuming they probably excavate a little bit, have a little lip around the end. But
Yeah, I know how rounded stone is. It does not stay.
it hasn't moved at all. We haven't had any come in onto the driveway.
Would you disagree with me, AJ?
I mean, with any stone, there's potential for it to move, whether it's river rock or 2A stone.
I think 2B and anything that's granular tends to move when it doesn't have fines in it, but then you have the dust.
Correct. If there are the fines, there'd be more of a concern with the dust associated with it.
This river rock does have some finer river rock in it. So there's like all different sizes. So I feel like that's done it. And originally, it was never even compacted. It was just kind of set in there. And I have OCD, so I've seen none on my driveway. And if I did, it wouldn't be there. So.
Other comments for Rob? Yes, all right. Anything else from staff? Okay. Hearing nothing else, we'll get to a motion. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the construction modification.
Laura moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mark, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any?
I'll oppose it.
All right, the motion carries 4-1. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move to new business, Cost Road culvert replacements.
Yep. All right. So I'm just going to paraphrase this in summary. As you know, there's 2 culverts on Cost Road. Most of the attention had been paid on the southern end where there's a permit that's been obtained. Through some additional inspections, the northern part of the northern culvert is actually what they believe is in worse shape. What I wanted to do is get in front of the board in case we get a call and it becomes a situation where we have to close the road and it becomes critical, is the approach of us, remove and replace the culvert that's the highest of priority. So during the budget process, we did provide, if we ever did replace both of them into the budget, but those budget numbers were pull and replace. So I'm trying to prepare the board for the call that the county does and says, shut the road down, no more traffic, you're going to have to do something. So I wanted that in front of the board to decide, to decide if we're ready to do that, if that call comes. Now that would require that the north has to get a permit and north has to have engineering design of the culvert itself, which will probably a 3 to 6 month minimum to get that done. But we do not have a permit, and if we had to replace it, we'd have to wait till all the permitting's done. So I'm suggesting we go ahead forward to have that permitted.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Look for questions, comments, discussion from the board.
Yeah, Ray, I'm kind of at a loss because apparently in the previous inspections, there could have been a placement of rocks to alleviate the scour. This was allowed to go by staff. I don't, like, it kind of rubs me because we could have not had this situation had there been some proactive management from the PW team on this. And, you know, I still stand behind, like, that road is a safety issue with those S-turns. If we pull and replace them right where that north one is, I think we're not doing any justice. I mean, you know, if we have to find money somewhere or you make it last till we get to that point, maybe the following year. But, you know, we're putting in walking path back by the sewer plant. I don't know how much township money's going into that, but that's something to me that if we had to make something wait 1 year, and I'm sure there's some of those other projects, you know, this is what got the township in trouble, and it's nobody currently on staff when they did the bridge over by the former tax collector's property. They put, you know, the bare minimum in, drop it in, you know, it's good enough for now, and we're going to be faced with a decision there soon. It's probably going to be a lot of money because it's going to have to be upgraded and or altered, and we might not be able to use that bridge. So, like, it's measured twice, cut once. I think sometimes the cheapest now isn't always what's best for the township long term. So
We budgeted pull and replace both road widening, but curves remain, right?
Yeah, there's about 1.3 with $200,000 the county's providing us in a grant that we obtained from the county. So it's about $1 million, $1.1 million. If we did both in the same year, we won't get both done this year. One of them will have to probably get done this year.
And then what was the cost estimate to realign?
The full road realignment, probably close to 2.7.
Another 1.4.
I don't see that. That's with a contractor. The prep work could be done by our forces, and they could do that over the course of time. I think those numbers are skewed.
Yeah, those are numbers that was discussed and the prior engineer was here. We've, as you know, Dave, we spent, well, probably 3 years, this project 2.5, and we spent significant amount of money on engineering of
And that would be-
significant options.
And that would be my point for if we've already spent that money, if we have to put it off at worst case scenario, and I know that there's an impact to the fire company because that's their response route to the turnpike. But if we have to, like, to me, we're better off, we have to do a closure until we can get the bridge in. I would rather do it right than to, and we could even do the road, where the road gets redirected, the prep work, and then do the bridge. And, you know, make that other one, do our best to make sure that we can keep that the motoring public can use it, at least vehicular, to the extent allowed through the engineer report for that bridge due to weight. But I don't think we're doing the township any favors, even if we have to kick that 1 year, one of those on that, it would probably have to be the north one because of the associated work, but to put it in where we alleviate the safety impact of that 90-degree turn and get the township, that road to our current standards that we have for roadway construction.
Yeah, I want to kick it back, but I have to kick it back, Dave, to figure out, I want the board to be prepared that if we get that phone call, we're going to have to do something. And if we're going to have to do something, what staff can do is pull that and replace it and do a little bit of road widening around the bend and also the straightaway enough for us to be ready for future travel. That road right now is I think it's about 380 cars per day, roughly, right? If we, back to what you were saying, I think we all, during the budget process, we looked at things like Woods Drive and some of those major intersections. And those are the ones that, we've got to focus a lot on in terms of like larger quantities of money, of funds. But, I want to bring it in front of you because I don't know when it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen though this year. And I think we have to be able to go and then make it happen. And today we have them contracted for a pull and replace to seek the permitting for the north. If we change that again, then we're kind of modifying it again.
I have never understood this need for realignment. I mean, maybe it would be great if we had extra money to do, but you're talking 2.7 million compared with 1.3 million.
Those numbers
What?
are skewed.
Well, even if they're not exact, still, why do we need that when we have a ton of other infrastructure problems throughout the township where we have much higher volumes of traffic? We have other needs. I don't think we need to, I think we should just do the pull and replace. That makes the most sense to me. That's what I'm saying.
Just like 2 items ago, you were one of them that brought up about public safety, and I forget if it was with the cemetery driveway or which one it was. You just brought that up.
Dave, let's stay on the problem.
No. It's a point.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, safety's not an issue, and you spend 800,000 a township tax.
Have you ever heard the saying,
Well,
hard
well,
on the problem,
it's
easy on
not
the people? But you're attacking now.
I'm not attacking.
You are.
No, I am not, because you want to defend her.
I'm
but
not trying to defend her, Dave. I'm trying to keep decorum. The problem is the funding. You've not articulated how we're going to fund it. That's what this boils down to.
We spent $800,000 on the Locust Point Trindle Road. If we would have waited 1 year, PennDOT would have paid that full bill. There was 800,000 that we could have.
It's so easy to look in the rearview mirror, Dave. We're doing what we can.
At that point.
Go ahead, Mark.
I just want to say that, I wasn't a board member at the budget meetings, but I did attend. And looking at the budget and looking at all the projects that we have, we did prioritize projects, and this was not a top priority because of the traffic that's on this road. We have other roads that have 90-degree bends. Texaco Road is one that tanker trucks are trying to maneuver. When the corn is high, the visibility there is almost impossible.
What are you talking about? There's no 90-degree turn on our part of Texaco.
Texaco Road between Hemp,
PennDOT Road.
between Hemp Road and
It's a PennDOT
Locust Point.
Road. That's a PennDOT Road.
Okay, it's not a
It's
township
not a
road.
township road. Now, where you live, it is from the intersection of Hemp to 114. But my point is this, and I specifically brought it up whenever we had the discussion on Trindle and Locust Point, that was gonna turn into Pandora's box, and we're like up around $800,000 on that. Where if we would have waited 1 year, PennDOT would have footed the bill on that.
With
So-
that, okay, being it's a state road, that's fine, but we still have other projects, just like we talked about Woods Drive. We don't have the money to do that all in 1 year. That's gonna be phased out over 3 years. These culverts are gonna fail, and I'd rather be proactive than reactive. And once they fail, that road's gonna be shut down. We're not gonna have permits.
We had the same issue with the Hemp Road Bridge. We ran that gamble and we waited on federal money an extra 7 or 8 years, and we didn't do anything there substandard or half. We did it right, which was the right way to do it, and we ran the gambit and kept our fingers crossed because the weights kept getting lowered. But to me, like, it makes no sense to say, well, we have this much, we'll do that. And then that's what got us into the trouble with the Woods Drive 114 intersection. I brought up at my time, and really nobody else was on the board here, I said, we need to add some money, but they were there, well, it's gonna turn into a prevailing wage job instead of a developer paying for it. The developer did the bare minimum, and you see where we're at now, and instead of us adding maybe 300,000 back then, we're gonna spend over $1 million. Is that smart business? No. You're only talking 10, 12 years ago.
I just feel like we need to replace them, and we can't wait.
I agree they need replaced, but
And I want to replace them with extra width to accommodate for future widening of the roads or even a bike path to be used on
I
the,
agree.
on there.
Yeah.
So I'm not just like replacing with what we have now. I want to replace them with, for future widening of the road, but I don't see the necessary to straighten the road.
The
at
road
that-
does
at
not
this
meet
point.
our township standard for specifications with that turn and the
Okay.
transition there and elevation.
We just have a difference of opinion.
What's that?
I said we just have a difference of opinion.
No, that came from our engineer at the time. It does not meet standards. There's been accidents there with the farm tractor being hit, and actually the farm tractor ended up having its axle snapped off. He went into the trees to avoid hitting a car that was over the line. It's a safety hazard.
Harry, anything to add? Okay, all right. I think we know where we all stand. I think we've known where we all stand a number of times.
We just have to be
appreciate
prepared,
you
right,
bringing
for
it
that
back.
call
Yeah,
comes.
right.
So are we actually voting?
Yeah, I think we probably should.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we pull and replace both the northern and southern culverts, which includes road widening to accommodate future traffic. I think that's what we should do.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mark, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, if any?
I oppose.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. We'll go to engineering update, Mr. JJ.
All right, I'll try and keep this short and sweet. First thing is on the New Kingstown Streetscape Supplement. I believe Harry asked me about that earlier. The reason for that supplement is to take this project through the construction phase, and that supplement included right-of-way assistance services as well as contract administration and construction observation services for the construction of that project. Next is the Carlisle Pike Sidewalks Phase 1. I don't know how we stand with exhibits to look at on the screen, but I can basically talk through what this project is proposing. It's hopefully, the first phase of trying to build out pedestrian access along Carlisle Pike with the sidewalk installation. And specifically, this sidewalk construction will be from the northern side of the Sample Bridge Road intersection eastward towards the existing sidewalk in front of the Tesla property. It's about 700 linear feet of sidewalk with 10 ADA ramps and pedestrian signalization upgrades at the Sample Bridge Road intersection, as well as requested by PennDOT. So this project will be kicking off soon. Hopefully get permits submitted this year and maybe even start construction later this year.
JJ, how far down does it go to the east?
Connects to the Tesla sidewalk. I believe the exhibit's up there. Kind of hard to see, but there's a red line on the screen there. Goes in front of the Aldi, crosses the ABC.
Where does it end there? Oh,
yeah, right at the Pensy entrance, Pensy Mod Wash entrance right there. That's where it ends on the northwestern side.
and then that would connect in front of Tesla.
Yeah, and then the Tesla dealership already has an existing sidewalk there.
And then do we continue past the bowling alley to at least get to the shopping center?
Not in this first phase of
Okay.
construction. That would hopefully be, further down the line, continue it in the next phase.
That has issues though with elevation because the parking lot
Yeah.
runs to all but to the edge of the road, and then
Yeah.
that's a 4-foot drop.
Yeah, that's where whenever we were envisioning, this project, that was kind of the first area we analyzed. But because of the elevation and there are utility conflicts in that area too, we decided to pivot to this intersection. Also because of the connectivity of the Pensy Trail that was constructed along Sample Bridge Road, and then the future Joe Rickey Memorial Trail will also connect into that intersection as well. So building out the connectivity along this area.
Go ahead.
Unknown at this point is that. Okay.
Well, the ramps would be right. I don't.
I mean,
you're asking-
there are going to be ADA ramps crossing the sidewalk. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, depending upon how tight it is, it's gonna be accessible to get a piece of I understand that there's gonna be, it's gonna be sidewalk.
Yeah.
And then like driveway and then the sidewalk starts again, but you never know what's going on. Like, you might not necessarily.
So you're saying for emergency vehicles, you're concerned if the turning radii isn't large enough? So the existing turning radii of these intersections will not be impacted by this proposed project. Any other questions? All right, next is Paul Walters Park. Just quick update on that is we are going to have our pre-construction meeting next Wednesday, February 4th. So hopefully some good news moving forward with that project. Next is Woods Drive Phase 1. So we are going to be kicking off the feasibility phase of this project. What that means is, as Ray mentioned earlier, there will be a public meeting to receive public input for this project on April 14th. So this feasibility phase will be prepping for that public involvement, receiving feedback, hopefully narrowing down design as we move forward into the next phases. It also includes due diligence meetings with our regulatory agencies like PennDOT, PADP, the Conservation District, to again receive feedback from them to narrow down design in the future. And then also some preliminary environmental activities like wetland delineation, coordination with our PINDs, PHMCs, cultural resources, and then lastly, some stormwater infiltration testing to identify locations for future stormwater facilities. And then hopefully, after we receive all that data from this feasibility phase, we can narrow down our scope moving into the next phase for hopefully full design of the intersection and widening along Woods Drive. As Ray also mentioned earlier, the good news about receiving the grant for the Woods Drive widening, about 1.3 million. So hopefully, moving forward with that later this year. Any questions on Woods Drive? Next is the state road grant submission. So got good news with Woods Drive, getting that money. Unfortunate news was that our MTF grant submission last year for the state road and Texaco curves did not get awarded. So this year we are going to move forward with resubmitting that grant application with a slightly different scope. In discussions with township staff, we wanted to narrow down the scope to focus specifically on state road. And the curves originally included in the grant are still going to be included. So we're going to be correcting the curves along state road, the horizontal curves. That's the one that connects to Mechanicsburg Borough, the one along Bear Road, and then the northern curve per se. And then we are also going to be including the vertical curves along State Road, improving those. That's the one in front of the TOA entrance and the fallow field vertical curve.
Did you hear that, Harry?
Yes, I got that, but I know Bear Road
Yes.
and State Road right there.
Yes.
Those trucks are coming around the corner and it's really, really bad.
Yeah, and that's included in the grant submission to improve that, widen that, so that the trucks can pass each other. And then whatever money is left over in the maximum grant award amount, where it's going to be proposed to widen State Road in some areas to help with pedestrian access and activities for running or biking along the shoulder as well. And I believe that is what is proposed under expense approvals. That would just be allowing HRG to update and resubmit that grant for State Road. Any questions on that?
Thank you.
Of course. All right, moving on to 6. Long agenda for me tonight. Municipal campus. As previously approved this evening, we had the first application for payment for the municipal campus. That was mainly for their E&S activities, installation of those perimeter controls, mobilizing the site, and starting to strip some of the topsoil from the site. Obviously, with the snow we received, there's probably going to be a little bit of a pause in the construction activities, but hopefully, in the next week or so, they can either start clearing it or snow melts and we can start moving back onto the site. Any questions on construction of municipal campus? All right. 7 for the sewer roads project. We are going to be going out to bid for that project in February with hopefully a notice of award in March. And then construction will pursue this summer with our target completion date in August. Any questions on that?
August 31st.
Mid-August as of now, could be flexible. But
I would not go any later than that.
Yeah.
When leaves start to fall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They can fall anywhere from the end of August.
Yeah, our proposed substantial or final completion date is August 14th. Right now, substantial would be July 30th, July 31st.
That'd
So.
be hard.
And then lastly, Trindle and Locust Roundabout. We received design field view approval for the project, which basically completes preliminary engineering for the project. We still have to get environmental clearance from PennDOT, but we're not concerned about that. And then also wanted to inform everyone that there is public comment available online right now. If you go onto the township's website under news and public notice, scroll down to January 5th. There is the notification for Trindle and Locust Point Roundabout. Gives you information about the project, and then there is a public comment form on there, which you can submit to Brian Garman, bgarman@hrg-inc.com, and he will receive that comment. And that should be it on Trindle and Locust Roundabout. Any questions?
Yeah, my understanding is the property owner to the south still been vocal in opposition to losing real estate.
I believe someone from the property might be here tonight, and they did provide a lovely handout for us tonight, so I would say yes.
They're in opposition, okay.
I think I asked the other day, so At this stage is preliminary, then you would move into final.
Correct.
What point then, I mean, ultimately, this is a PennDOT project.
Yep.
We would hand it over to them after.
Yep,
after
so
design.
once final design is completed, it will be hand
Why
off.
not? We're just doing the engineering for them. Is that not right? Okay. Well, no, actually, the way this came to be, it was on, I think, their 10-year plan to begin with. They said, we'll move it up. Okay. Okay. Well,
It actually was, because I was part of that discussion with Tri-County back in 2019, 2018. Yeah, so in the project, PennDOT said if we wanted to expedite it because of the concern of safety, we could be the lead. There'll be a point there when we complete that portion, it goes to PennDOT as an engineer.
on the, we're not condemning.
The township will not be doing any condemnation in Monroe Township. For the design.
Design. You think
Yeah,
of it.
It's a bifurcated process, so the township's taking the lead for the design portion, and then it gets passed over to PennDOT, and PennDOT would do the condemnation.
It has been approved. PennDOT has approved and signed the intersection control evaluation and ice analysis, and we have a sign and approved. Since we've received preliminary engineering, we now move into final engineering. Once final engineering is completed, the project will be handed off to PennDOT. PennDOT will be responsible for right-of-way acquisition, final utility coordination, and then construction.
Okay. I can provide you emails that counter that. I mean.
One of my first meetings
Yeah.
as solicitor back in 2016, was with a member of the Board of Supervisors of Monroe Township. I'm sorry, I don't remember which. You weren't here at the time, right? I'm looking at you like you would know, but yeah, I could go back in my notes and find out. But there was a member of the Board of Supervisors of Monroe Township in that conference room. I sat at the table with him discussing this project. Well, I think the door was open, but I mean, right. That's how you discuss a project, and any public decisions would be made publicly. So, okay, that's all. Do you have any further comment? Okay, well, yeah, there was time for public comment at the beginning of the meeting. So if you want to provide comment further at another meeting, you'd have the opportunity to do so.
Okay. Hey, did.
Without getting approval from Monroe Township, without talking to anyone at Monroe Township, to get any agreement. Is that okay with residents? Not okay with Monroe residents, I'll say it that much.
Yeah, I'd be open to, we can set up a meeting, maybe offline, some of this. I mean, what you're saying from our perspective, that's not our viewpoint. We've had these discussions, you know, so I appreciate your perspective. I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I don't think this shouting is going to get us anywhere. I think we should sit down and discuss it. No, I know. And I'm just saying the back and forth, this hasn't been a very productive dialogue. I'm just saying, let's pause and we can have a better, more productive discussion is all. Cause but again, like, we're just taking jabs now. We need to be respectful, and I think it's late. We're feeling emotions on this, right? So I respect that. I don't think we think we're being secret, so I think that's just where there's a disconnect here. There's a gap in perception, so I respect what you're saying, but again, why don't we, let's set up a discussion. I think it'd be great. I don't know how long, sir, you've been on the board. I apologize. I don't know you, but it'd be great.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, yeah, okay, I've heard your name a few times. It'd be great to maybe have a discussion too. But again, I don't want to be throwing jabs back and forth. I appreciate what you're saying. I want to hear the concerns, so, yeah. Neither is the, I mean, this was all done out of safety from our perspective, right? We're not. Well, I want to say something though. Yeah, but no, see, I saw some information where the data was recognized, but it was downplayed. It was, well, it was only a broken arm. It was this, that. I don't want to work like PennDOT. I don't want to rely on fatalities to then make a decision. We looked at those numbers. You can't downplay 35 accidents, right? I mean, this wasn't like, let's go. I agree. I feel like we did. I mean, that was what really led to the discussion.
As part of the design for this project, there is a safety review that is, or safety report that is provided to PennDOT for review as part of the intersection control evaluation. That is confidential data that is between PennDOT and therefore cannot be shared with the public, but that is considered during the ICE evaluation, and as part of that, a roundabout was selected as the safest and most viable option for that intersection.
By October of 2020, it was decided it was going to be a roundabout by Silver Spring. And 2 months, it was decided it was going to be a roundabout before the traffic control study was done. Right to a roundabout.
Yeah, and let's,
Said it was $1.5 million for it. Cost is now $4.8 million.
I believe some of the numbers you have quoted within your handout are incorrect, and maybe we can, as Supervisor Mockamer discussed, we can discuss at a different time and maybe clarify some of this information.
well, let's coordinate an offline. Again, I think it'd be better to have a fresh discussion. We'll understand your perspective. We can share some of our perspective, and we still may not agree, but I think we need to communicate. So I know, but again, I'm not gonna do it at 10:30. I don't have all the data, so yeah. Yeah. It's not intended to be a secret meeting as much as okay, I'm sorry you feel that way. Again, we don't feel that way. We've been having.
February 2020. November.
Chairman Mockamer, this is, we're way beyond where we should be at this point. I'll know, I'd look back at my notes. My meeting was with Phil Kehoe back in 2016.
Yeah, I remember Phil being here a few times too. But.
Okay, all right. This is, there's no public comment at this point.
Okay,
You're
so,
beyond that.
JJ, you were, I think, finishing up on that. Any final, you were finished there, right? Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay, we'll go then to the expense approval. Any discussion or questions on that item? I think JJ touched on that and the strategy there. So I'll look for a motion if there's no discussion.
Make the motion to approve the multimodal transportation grant for State Road, to have HRG provide us with the consulting services.
Laura moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mark, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, if any. That motion carries. We'll close out with staff comments. We'll let it. Could you bring Cheryl? Glenn? Amy? Lieutenant? Solicitor Schultz? Ray?
No.
JJ?
Good.
All right. We'll go to supervisors. Mark, anything to close out?
I have no comment.
All right, Laura?
Thank you, everyone, for attending and for being patient. And thank you, Willetta and Cheryl, for trying to do this. I know it's not on your usual duties, so thank you.
Thanks, Lara. Harry?
I don't have anything.
Dave?
Ray, right before the snowstorm, 114 light, you can have them check it. I was headed eastbound, it was short cycle, and as soon as somebody comes up
Yeah.
the woods, it's tripping that like that's the priority road, and it's like instant.
You,
cars
yeah,
backing up.
that, I appreciate. So that was, if you know, we had, no pun intended, the perfect storm with the amount of traffic and because people were trying to get to stores. I did call Signal Services and they increased it. They went over there, but that, you're correct, Dave. It was like 8 seconds was the time, I think, from,
Like 3 cycles, I was like 10 cars back.
and all the cars were backing up all the way up.
Took 4 cycles, there was 2 vehicles, a cycle get out, cause they would clear woods out.
Right.
It would turn green, and then somebody, as soon as they would pull to the intersection.
That is correct. That is accurate. That is correct.
It was ridiculous, so.
Guarantee you that.
All right, well.
Yeah, they put it on max, right? So-
They did. They went the other way.
Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Last comment I would have is I had seen something in the last year where there was a judge that they had interviewed, and he had a quote that said that, you know, if you've done your job right, if you made decisions that maybe, you know, your heart felt one way, but your mind pertaining to the law felt another way, and you have to do, you know, what the law or rules say. We deal with that all the time, and if you're doing what's right, sometimes it's not like either what you want as a individual or a person, but it's what's right pertaining to the law or ordinances or rules. So people need to remember that there's no decision made where, at least on my end, it would be punitive and or against a cause for one way or another. I look at the facts, I look at what we're allotted or permitted to do, and that's how I make my decisions. So.
Anything else, Dave?
That's it.
All right, thanks. Not a lot. Just want to echo our thanks to Public Works and Emergency Services this past weekend. I know that was 24 plus hours. That takes a toll, and it was unfortunately on a weekend. So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind just passing along my thanks and appreciation. And you included, Ray. I know you were in there with the guys too. So, and Glenn and Greg and all the guys that, you know, sacrificed their weekend. Thank you. You guys are foundational and allow the rest of us to go about our business. So really, really appreciate what you guys do for us. Okay. So anything else? If not, any objection to adjournment? So we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.